Tonight is really going to be somewhat different than usual in that we're kind of just going to let people get out some frustration and express your feelings about the Democrats, Republicans. It really doesn't matter, but obviously, because we as a population vote 99% Democrat, they are the ones who must be held accountable for the last 60 plus years of Black American life. They've had the presidency, they've had both houses of Congress, they've been in the driver's seat for at least half of that time. And so there should be a significant difference in Black American existence in this country. And yet everything is really pointing downwards. And everything is saying that even with that pandemic where they printed 12 trillion plus dollars, none of that money trickled down into Black American hands to help us. And everything seems to say it accelerated or declined to zero wealth in this country. So I just really wanted to, because I'm going back and forth in a lot of conversations and a lot of posts about this topic. And I just want to give people a chance to express their views on the Democrat Party, especially as it relates to Black Americans. And, you know, when the title says voting as independent Black Americans, it doesn't mean you go from one duopoly to another duopoly, or you go from the Democrats to Republicans. It means that you don't register with any party, you register as an independent. And then that really shakes the tree, because these political parties really depend on their registered voters. That's how they do a lot of their canvassing and run elections or whatever. So when they start to see this exodus of Black registered Democrats moving from Democrat to independent, you know, that's like warning sign number one. That really should get them moving in the direction where they start to not just say they're going to do something like Joe Biden did leading up to his election, but they actually start doing stuff. Because right now, they're doing nothing. I just watched this TD Hip Hop, who's a very intelligent gentleman. I guess he has a thing about benign neglect, so he kind of went into that a little bit in this video I watched, where essentially the Democrats play this game of telling you they're going to do something like an abusive lover, you know, and then doing absolutely nothing, or the very opposite of what they said they were going to do. And for whatever reason, we continue to vote for them based on what they say they're going to do. But they have shown no actual credible proof of them doing anything like that. So I just really want to have a conversation about that. So I'm willing to open it up for anybody who has thoughts about that. I have this one thing, which I posted this a while ago, at least a year ago, maybe a little longer. Oh, this is February 21, so yeah, about a year ago. And it's just the image of a wolf with a sheep's puppet on his hand, and he's talking to the Republicans, and then you look at the bottom or the top, and he's talking to the Democrats. And you know, that's essentially what I feel like has really been going on in this country. It's these two parties, they manipulate and control voting in each state. They set up the rules, the processes, the amount that you got to pay to even run for office under their party. And from what I'm hearing, you got to pay to debate their incumbents. Like there's all these financial requirements to even effectively compete. And that's outside of, running ads and everything else that you got to do to actually gain traction. But and then in some of these states, if you lose in a primary, they have what are called loser laws. So you can't even come back as a write-in or as an independent. So they really have set it up in such a way where it is a duopoly. But however, with these two parties, they essentially run it as a monopoly, a political monopoly in this country. And, unfortunately, we've kind of been trained to think in terms of red or blue, Democrat or Republican. They got this vote blue no matter who, which is totally insane. I cannot understand or comprehend that at all. But that's just the way that they've been training the voting population for several decades now. And it's time for us to put an end to it. Like, we just got to stop that part of it. I see Queen Bee with her hand up.
Yes, thanks for letting me speak, and thanks for holding the space. So, yeah, I think about this two-party system that we're stuck in, and I really think it's a shame that neither one of these two major parties, neither the Democrats nor the Republicans, worked for our vote. Neither one of them worked for our vote. So we know the Republicans, they don't even bother, and then the Democrats, they don't work. I mean, they just come out the closer we get to election time, and talk about how scary the Republicans are, and promise to throw us a few trinkets to motivate us out to the polls, but don't deliver. So we all know that. So I think I don't think that's disputable at all. But I do think if we look at taking the independent route, that does give us more leverage. Because I think, again, we're making them work for the vote, whether it's through some sort of negotiation. It's an opportunity to hand them over our Black agenda. And I think it would wake up the Republicans too, because I think if the Republicans see, okay, wait a minute, maybe we do have a shot, then that opens up, I would hope that would open up the opportunity for us to be able to go to them and say, hey, here's what we want. Here's our Black agenda. And looking at it economically, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm thinking our spending power, when we put our spending power and our buying power together, that ought to be enough to move the needle either way, where I would think that collectively as a group of people, that should be a message that would get either one of these parties attention, which would allow us to give them a Black agenda, or actually make them take our Black agenda, because they know there's some strength in those numbers. So I'll land my plane with that one.
Yeah, I agree. Leverage is extremely important because today, because of the history of voting for the Democrat Party, we have essentially given away all of our leverage, really since the civil rights movement. Coming out of that, which they did, they were successful in getting what they got, even though the legislation was really handed over to white women to be the primary beneficiaries. We achieved that goal in a sense. However, by just voting and voting and voting and voting and blindly voting, that return on investment has seen diminishing returns, to the point of just at this point, this Biden administration, who made some really specific promises going into his election and his victory. I don't see any signs that he's doing anything that he said he would do. And there's video evidence and everything else like that. So we got Buffalo Lie first, and then MF Kush.
It's Buffalo Lieutenant Blabber, and I started off as Buffalo Soldier, and then I like graduated to Buffalo Major, and then I graduated to Buffalo Lieutenant. It's all these accounts that I got going up against these Democrats that they have fucking been, canceling me because I just say, what has anybody done for Black Americans, and why are you all caping for all these other groups? And this is a beautiful thing. I wanted to just pop up on here and say that all of the work that you've been doing as far as the South migration has been beneficial. I don't know about voting. I'm not a voter. I haven't voted since fucking, I don't know, when I was 21 years old or 22, 23, 24. I went to Africa thinking like everyone else, or like a lot of the young people on here right now, that this United States hasn't done us right, and I want to go somewhere else. And I would hope that anyone that's feeling that way would do like I did and go out of the country, go to a third world country and see what it's like. And then I hope you have the experience that I had to get to see people that have done the research on our ancestors to see what actual work that they have put in here in the United States to set down our foundation and set down our flag here for the work that we have done, that everyone goes over here and eats off of our plate for. So, I don't know about this independent thing, really, and I don't know about this voting thing. I come from a generation, I'm a young Gen Xer. I relate a lot with the young people, but at the same time, I'm an older person and I'm the baby of my generation. So it's a very precarious place to be in. I appreciate it 100%. Gives me a good view and overview, I think, on how everybody's thinking. And I'm glad I'm not the young people to be disrespectful to my ancestors and to the people that's put down the work here. And at the same time, I don't know. So I've never been a voter, really. I voted for Obama because he was Black. I wanted OJ to get off because he was Black, and it took me 20 years or 15 years to figure out that he actually didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of propaganda out here. It's a lot of things going on in this world to confuse us and get us off topic, and make all these things for us to just not focus on what's important for us as a people. So I appreciate the work that you've been doing, and again on this independent thing. I don't know. I like, again, when I say I'm a Gen Xer, my mother was a boomer, and her philosophy was, you don't talk about religion to people, you don't talk about politics to people. Those are personal things to everyone. So I don't know that there's really any specific agenda that we should do, other than that, we should spread ourselves out. We are a big enough community of people that are like-minded, that we can take over this whole goddamn thing, because there's really no bigger thing than us. So thank you.
Thank you. Salute, Lieutenant. I want to ask, if are you out of the country now, or can you tell us about your experience if you are out of the country a little bit? Lieutenant, are you still there? Okay, let's let MF Kush go.
Hello, everybody. So I do just want to say this. Oh, thank you for hosting this space, by the way. I don't fuck with voting. I don't fuck with it. It defeats the purpose for me, because I feel like, why would I sit up here and vote if I can't get any tangibles out of it? I come from a really small. I came from East Chicago, Indiana, which is right there next to Gary. Okay, and in the years that I lived there, I've never seen any resources for the people that live in that community. I've never seen a rehab center there. I've never seen even a community pool there for the children to go to, without feeling like they're going to get attacked by the police or anything like that. I think in all reality that it is possible for us to have a Black-led state. I do feel like that it's really important for us to find multiple candidates that have our best interests at heart, that can advocate for us in the political field. Because the only way we're actually really going to be able to put out there on the map is we have to play the game like how everybody else is playing the game, and the game is politics. From the time that we wake up to the time that we go to sleep, we are involved in politics, whether we like it or not, and that's what it is. Um, we have to find somebody, and not just one person, to advocate for us as Black people and to push our agenda, because our agenda is to be recognized and for us to actually have a community or communities where Black Americans can feel safe, secure, and not have to feel the pressures of white supremacy. Um, so yeah, I don't fuck with voting. I don't vote Democrat or Republican. I think it's a complete waste of time. And it's even funny to me how some people feel. My mom, she's a straight Democrat. Don't know why. She's a straight Democrat. And she'll tell you all day. She'll vote. And I've never been for that. She's never gained anything out of voting. In fact, I mean, you've been taxed more in a lot more situations where you have all these people that are in office that supposedly look like us, but they don't have our best interests at heart. These are Black faces trying to look like they're going to push the Black agenda, and we hope that they do, but in all reality, they don't, because they're all stuck into the whole the white man playground. So, okay, I'm done talking. That's it.
Man, so like you, I did not vote in the 2020 election. That's the first time I didn't vote, but I have voted consistently since I was 18. I've even voted in some midterm elections, not all of them, but I've voted in a few. I was really I just did not feel like either candidate, Biden or Trump or really anybody, to be honest. I mean, I live in a small town outside of a smaller city. And so there just wasn't anything for me to vote for, to be perfectly honest. The only way to remove white supremacy in this country is really to concentrate our population. There just is no other way. Um, it requires majority Black voter populations. And that's the only way it'll happen. So I have made a pledge that I will not vote until I'm living in a majority Black state. And so that's why I'm putting all of this effort into trying to establish the first Black majority state. But outside of that, it's even on the local level, because what happens is the way the country's set up, the way the states are set up, the way cities and counties are set up, voting for someone who's a local mayor, they can only do so much before the county starts blocking legislation and starts blocking, whatever it is that they want to do. You talked about building a pool or building some type of community center. The mayors usually don't have the funds to do that. They need the county, they need the state, they often need federal funds to pull something like that off. And what ends up happening is the county gets resources, they divert them to white areas. The states do the exact same thing. They get federal funds that are specifically earmarked to our population. This is the reason they do the U.S. Census. It's supposed to bring funds to our population.
I have.
Yeah, you gotta wait, sir. You gotta please raise your hand. I'll get to you after Mouthpiece is speaking. But so yeah, I mean, there's a process and there is functionality in the country and their systems, and so we got to understand how the country operates. It's not the federal government. That's really how they've trained us through whatever political marketing, education. It's always about the presidents, the white presidents, the founding fathers. And so we kind of get this image of these presidents being the rulers of the country. They're really not, in a sense. They're more like babysitters of the country is really the best way to look at them. The governors are essentially, they have the power that we need within the states to change a lot of these issues. So Mouthpiece is next. And then if Lavelle, if you want to speak, you can go after Mouthpiece, and then Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and add on to like what everyone was pretty much saying, that, as of right now, voting doesn't seem to produce anything, and I would posit that mostly because we do it completely incorrectly. Yeah, I say that we shouldn't really be voting unless you can find maybe about 15 other people who are just going to vote purely with whatever the topic is. Because if we don't start establishing voter blocks, like big blocks of people, then you voting as an individual really doesn't affect the system. It has no, bearing either way. You're really gonna just fall into all of the trappings of the political system. So unless you get together with, a couple other people and you vote for something specific, and it could be to punish a politician, it could be to promote a politician, or it could be to stay out of a whole race altogether. We're going to need to, develop that skill as well going forward. Because again, with voting, and as the country is set up, voting as individuals will get you nothing. It doesn't matter your mayor, your state representative. It doesn't matter all of those guys, because you really don't have any kind of power, and it's been set up that way. So I'll go ahead and land my plane with that, and I'll keep on listening.
Yeah, it's been set up that way. Man, these laws, goodness gracious, I wasn't political at all most of my life. I voted, I paid attention here or there. But man, when I'm looking into individual states, the requirements to vote, the requirements to run campaigns, it is all set up so that these two parties have all the advantages. That's just, there's no question about it. The parties run the electorate system in this country. It's not the people. And I mean, you could say it's the state, but obviously the state has an executive, and more than likely they're a part of one of the parties. So it's really the parties that run the elections, and it's unfortunate because we are so spread out, and because we are spread out politically, we are weak in this country because we can't really affect national politics in the way that we used to in the 60s and 70s. We're becoming, and because the Hispanics, they're catering to this Hispanic group. They claim they have more population than we do. They're trying to let illegals vote. They're really trying to bury us under the fact that these Hispanics are really their preferred group, and it doesn't matter if they're Republican. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. They're because they don't vote like we vote. None of these other groups. I just looked at Jewish voting and Asian voting, and they vote like 75% Democrat and 35% or 30% Republican. They're all split in some way where Republicans are getting a little bit, Democrats are technically getting the most, but the white population votes almost 70% Republican. So the Democrats can't win right now today without black votes. They just can't win, especially on these national elections. And so they should be doing so much more than what they are doing. They should be doing so much more because they can't win without us. Biden obviously wouldn't be in office if not for South Carolina. The black voters in South Carolina put him in office. He should be in South Carolina every single month and giving them whatever they desire. They are the reason he is in the office. So yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, Brother Black. Make no mistake about it. He is giving South Carolina what they want. He's just giving it to Clyburn. See, these people make deals for them. They use you to make a deal for themselves. Whether Stacey Abrams, Jim Clyburn, All these people use us to make a deal for themselves, and that's where the problem is coming from. If you're not part of these in crowds, and when I mean in crowds, it's those who are in a circle, Masons, Eastern Star sorority fraternity members, and I'm not talking about just any Masons, Eastern Star sorority fraternity members. I'm speaking of in crowd people, right? And being those in crowd members, they get everything that they want in exchange for using you and delivering you to the Democratic Party. So if you want to hurt the system, stop listening to this leadership. If you're a part of those groups, don't vote with them unless you know what you got coming. Second, the Democratic Party is actively engaging in replacing not only replacing us in the polling booth in terms of our votes, but they're also replacing us as a workforce in this country. So what we've done locally here in Chicago is organize our own block of vote, and we're not going to vote until the runoff, right? Because it's going to always be a runoff in these mayoral elections and these city council elections. And so in that runoff, they don't know where our people are. They don't know who we are. They don't know how many of us actually exist. And when you got an election where a person gets elected with 3,000 and 4,000 votes, if you organize 1,000 people, you can make the difference in whether they get elected or not. I don't care how much money they have. You got a concentrated block of votes, and you take that group and say, well, okay, we're going to wait till this runoff comes, and we're going to decide which one of these candidates we're going to go with. Well, you can determine the election. And then third, I don't think we should call ourselves Democrats, Republicans, Independents. We're not any of that. We got to roll with who's going with us. If the Republican Party is rolling with us this time, we're rolling with the Republicans. If the Democrats are going with us, we go with the Democrats. How do we have an allegiance to either party that don't belong to us?
Personally, I feel like we shouldn't align ourselves with Democrat, Republican, or any of those political parties. If you ask me personally, I feel like we should just start our own party.
You don't have a choice. You ain't got enough money nor organization to do that.
It doesn't matter. We have an entire community, and that's where social media comes in.
Okay, I hear you, but I'm saying to you,
you don't have to have. Look, listen to me. Those people make money off of running ad campaigns. We don't need to run an ad campaign because we already have our people that are alive and well breathing right now. The thing is, if all our people would stop fighting against each other,
bro. You don't have power nationally to do what you're talking about, even with social media. But locally, you can pull it off. So you got to understand how the machine works.
All right, so what's up, y'all? So I want to talk about the national and local thing real quick. So what happens is we have been led to believe that only national parties have like sway. So everybody in every part of the country is talking about Republicans or Democrats. But if we look at what the concentration of Black people in clearly the South, the southeastern part of the United States, it is completely and feasibly possible to break away from the Democrats and the Republicans and create a regional party that only really worries about what happens in that region. Like we don't have to worry about like funding any motherfuckers in Montana because fuck Montana. Like ain't no Black people in Montana. There's Black people in Mississippi though. So, while we're talking about Republicans and Democrats, we need to distinguish the difference between like local, regional, and national politics. And when we're thinking about organizing and voting, we can't just be like, oh, Democrats and Republicans and wait for some national party to go. Like we need to organize on the local level for a third party that votes for us. Like, there's the Green Party, there's the, independence isn't an actual party, but there's like the Green Party, there's the Libertarians, they got small groups of people because they're fringe people. But we have, and we can create a party that is independent of both of those, meaning the Republicans and Democrats. And then we can play with that wherever we are. So I don't want you to be like, hey, we need to play on a national level, because we don't. We don't need to have a black party that is in Washington State. We just need a black party that's in like Chicago, LA, and across the South. Of course, New York and other, major metropolitan urban centers, but they don't have to be state run things. If you can just create a black party that has one seat in LA, one seat in New York, one seat, on the city councils of different places across the country, now you got something. Because in that situation, we can say, listen, y'all, we want, higher local taxes so that these billionaires don't walk away with all of this profit. Because you got to figure out, like, do you want if you're going to pay $7.95 for something, do you want $6 to go to a profit or $6 to go to taxes? Right? Like, if it's taxes, then that shit is local, it's going to circle back into the community. If that goes to profit, then that's going away and you're never going to see that again. So you got to be able to, we have to create these parties, not just like, hey, fuck y'all parties, but also have a political platform that makes sense, and play in that type of stuff. So, that's it. I just wanted to jump in.
Let me ask you a question. Can you name one independent, Green Party, Whig Party, whatever?
No, I can't. No, I can't. But, listen, we go back to the 1800s.
I haven't finished asking you the question. I haven't finished asking you the question. When you reach for resources in Washington, D.C., you're going to deal with the Democratic and Republican Party. All that other stuff that you're talking about, they don't exist. Even when what's the Jewish guy name? He had went independent. He attempted to go independent. What was his name, man?
Ross Perot.
No, not him. It was the Jewish guy. You remember the Jewish guy? He had went independent and he went back to the Democratic Party.
Bernie Sanders. Huh? Bernie Sanders.
No, not Bernie Sanders. But I can't Lieberman. That's what I'm talking about. Lieberman, right? So what he realized was that even with him going independent and having that wild card vote, at the end of the day, in order for him to get what he needed for his state, he still had to go to the Democratic Republican Party. They so far ahead of us, in terms of power and resources, that they know it's you're going to have to deal with them. You're going to have to.
So
go ahead.
No, I dig what you're saying, but I think you misunderstand the nature of what him and his independence is, and what I'm saying with our independence. He was just some random dude that got elected as an independent because he had some sort of cachet in that, in like the Northeast, like what was he, like Vermont or something? That's cool. But what I'm talking about is much more wide scale, because it's not just like, hey, some independent. We got like the black people are the second largest ethnicity after Germans in the country. And to say that we can't coordinate that is wild, because, and we only think we can't coordinate that because we haven't been taught to conceptualize a black political bloc. We've always been told we gotta, like I was literally arguing with my dad earlier about how the Democrats weren't delivering shit. And then he was like, yo, blah, blah, blah. He was like, oh, and he just implied I was going to vote Republican. And I had to check his ass. I was like, who the fuck do you think you're talking to that I'm going to vote Republican? Yes, I cussed at my own dad. And he was like, yeah, that was wrong. And I was like, that wasn't wrong. That was malicious. Because what it does is you're trying, like, the conception that black people cannot create our own political party is the problem. There's all of the tactics and, the boots on the ground and local elections and all of that shit. But just conceptualizing that there's only the Democrats and the Republicans is exactly what they want to keep us in the two-party system. Listen, we take over one state. We got, like all we need is to take over one state, and we will have two senators that do what the fuck we want them to say. Right? Like, like the Democrats were going to, they were going to deliver voting rights, but Senator Manchin, got all white on us and didn't deliver that shit. And that's just one person in the Democratic Party that broke with the Democratic Party, that blocked the Democrats' ability to deliver this. Because what was happening is Manchin was going to vote, and it was going to be a 50-50 split. And then Kamala was going to be, she was going to break the tie for the Democrats. And if we go and we move to Delaware and we then have two senators, we don't have to worry about Kamala. We don't have to worry about it. We'd be like, listen, we are not going to let either of y'all have anything. Question?
Hello? I was just wanting to speak.
Yeah, okay, let's get back into an orderly fashion. So we got I know Queen Bee and Pip Dragon had their hands up. I'm not sure who wants to go first. Let's go Pip Dragon, then Queen Bee, and then we'll come back to Lavelle.
Hey, I was just listening to the conversation, and everybody's making great points. I was raised a Democrat. My entire family is Democratic, but I haven't voted in years. I don't trust the two-party system. I don't think it's effective. And another thing is, somebody was talking about white supremacy. I just think America will always have white supremacy. I think it will always be a white supremacist system. Anytime blacks try to get together, I think these white folks will just drive a sword through it. White people have always been able to infiltrate black people when we have tried to get together too easy. They're exceptionally good at that. And no one can show me a time when black people have been able to, other than the 60s, and there was some infiltration there too, where we have, I just think that would be very difficult. I think we need to go about it very difficult. I don't think there's any hope in this voting system, because we're not respected. We're shitted on. Don't nobody respect us. And I think that's just how it is. That's just my opinion.
Thank you for that. So I want to address two things. So an independent voter is not registered under any party. That's what makes you independent. You are someone who feels like you can vote for the best candidate, regardless of what party they're at. You're not registered as a Democrat. You're not registered as a Republican. You're not registered to anybody. And that's how I voted my entire life. You just are a voter. And my estimation from the research I've done is that there are about 20 million black registered Democrats. It's a significant number. If all 20 million black American Democrats switch from Democrat to independent, which simply said they're no longer registered as a Democrat, it would send shockwaves through the Democrat Party. They would be required to figure out why that is happening and figure out a way to get us back. They don't do anything today because we just blindly vote Democrat in large numbers. 90%. It was higher. I think it was down there 99% when Barack was in office. So this is the problem, as was stated earlier. I hate to blame Black Americans for anything because it's a white society. They control anything and everything 360 degrees. However, our behavior is not helping the situation. We can actually alter our behavior and effectively put pressure on the system. Queen B was next, and then Michael A.
Thanks for letting me have the stage again. And really, when I had raised my hand a few minutes ago, it was really in response to one of the speakers had mentioned about Clyburn having so much influence over South Carolina, which he did. And we know that that was one of the first states that kicked it off. But I think one of the things that we have to be mindful is, with that situation, I think that was more of an emotional vote than a strategic vote, because the Democrats didn't even promise anything. That was just all about get Trump out, get Trump out. And, if you remember, there was, I believe it was Ice Cube came with the Black Agenda. And I think he even tried at that time to negotiate between both parties. And so, we are where we are right now, and this is a conversation about, but I think one of the things we're going to have to do as a group of people is just start looking at things through more a strategic lens, and really start, again, I use that word, leverage what we have of it, and go back and forth between these parties and see who would be willing to put a Black agenda up on that platform, but definitely get the emotions out of it. Definitely take the emotions out of it, because I believe that's where we went wrong the last time. I'll land my plane.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree. The leverage starts when you take that D away from your name. However you vote, wherever you vote, doing that in large numbers is got to be the first step. Just removing that D, going down to independent. Like I said, independent. There's a political spectrum. Sometimes it's linear, sometimes it's in a curve. An independent person is essentially sitting dead center in the middle of that as a neutral party, and they are able to move right or left or up or down or whatever they want to do. But it really puts the power in your hands as a voter to be independent. There is some power in not voting. That's a First Amendment right. Like I said, I didn't vote the last election, but that's not a solution long term. Like if we're already captive, if 40 million of us just don't vote for the next 10 years, who knows how damaging that would be for us. We can't do that. We've got to strategically start moving to build Black majorities. Mr. Mark in Chicago, I love what he's talking about. Sometimes it's hard to understand this on a much larger scale. But even I'm sure if he could imagine, 10 million Black Americans moving into Illinois, enough to do what he's doing with a block of 10 million Black Americans, how much more effective that process would be versus 1,000 Black Americans. And that's what happens when we become Black majority voters within a state. It just takes what he's talking about, it puts it on a whole entire different level. So Michael, and then if Lavelle, if you want to come back around, go for it after Michael.
Hello. Hey everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I just want to make sure. No, yeah, I mean, I think our focus is good. I like what the sister said with Ice Cube. I think that I know we're in this system and we can use it for our benefit, but we have to start at the fundamental level, ask ourselves, what is the purpose of voting? What is the purpose? And it's to get resources, it's to organize our resources. If this system is not delivering resources to where we need it to deliver it to, we have to organize small local systems to make our agendas happen, even if it's at snail's rate. Now, what that would do is it would put pressure on the system, like, okay, if we're not going to deliver to these people, they're going to get it some other way by themselves. But also that builds up loyalty within the community. And it's not necessarily about calling yourself a Democrat or Republican. We can call ourselves any of that. If we have loyalty, then we'll be a third political force. We will be independent. But I do agree, because I am independent. I wrote independent. I vote independent. I do agree that it is the first step just to start that process. Go ahead, get out of both parties, get the little D or R off of your name. You got to vote for your local elections and things that you see that would benefit us. And, we should keep track of things. And like you said, trying to take over states, trying to take over municipalities, take over cities and governments. As far as numerically, democratically taking over. That's what I mean by taking over. But our agenda though is to deliver services and solutions to our people. And so, voting is not the only mechanism that we can do that with. And it is a mechanism, we could use it, but we know that this system, they, like the other sister said, these people within their own system, they're just going to keep, we make a move, they make a counter move, we make a move, they make a counter move. We have to anticipate that. We have to create organizations, local ones, and then, those local organizations create the regional organizations. We already have some organizations now. We need to start increasing our capacity to deliver solutions to ourselves, to deliver these solutions to our own communities. And then that will, in itself, us delivering solutions to ourselves will create leverage for us. It would make people loyal to what we're talking about and build trust. And that's what we need. And it has to be sustained. So that's what I would say. Do be independent, not just change your voting letter to independent, but this is how we actually become independent, take an actual independent step so that we are influential as an independent, so that's what I want to say.
Yeah, I agree with that. I appreciate what you had to say. So, we normally talk about a black majority state in a very small state such as Delaware. Let me cut this mic off a little bit. And so there's two things. It's hard to say to a population that's expected to be at zero net value within a decade or so that they have to independently, quote unquote, pull themselves up by their bootstraps. It's a little difficult for us to say that. I was posting videos of some Midwestern cities, just like, Detroit decimated. I think the person sent me something from St. Louis, Missouri. And it's just like these Rust Belt towns where everything is falling apart. The infrastructure is crumbling. The houses are falling apart. I talked about the neighborhood I grew up in as a teenager. All the buildings in the downtown are caving in upon themselves. This is like all over the Northeast and Midwest. In these small towns and in these, small little suburbs outside the main cities where black people live. Toledo, Youngstown, Detroit, Flint, etc. It goes on and on. Gary, Indiana. I remember driving to Gary, Indiana. That was like a decade or so ago. It was just tragic driving through there. I don't know what it's like now. It's been a while, but it was just devastating to drive through areas like that. Look like, what you would equate to a war zone, essentially, the way the buildings look. So it's a little hard to say let's pay our, because that's essentially what we're saying. Let's group economics our way into independence. The political aspect is such that we have to get control over the purse, and the purse sits in the state house. That's where the funds are. It's the state funds, it's the federal funds. It's and you move up the political system by taking over little small towns, taking over little much larger town budgets, county budgets, and ultimately the state budget. Until we really have that state budget in our hands where we can actually use that budget to benefit our citizens, it's going to be a little bit difficult to imagine our way out of the financial situation that we're in. So I try to use politics because I know the solution ultimately affects 90% of the issues that we face. If we just had if we were made whole economically today, tomorrow, whatever the case may be, just as people talk about white society infiltrating and doing this and doing that, they can manipulate the currency, they can manipulate the housing prices, they manipulate everything around us. So without state power, we can't stop it. With state power, we can slow it down. We can effectively create a bubble where our citizens at least have a fighting chance. And so that's why I really just focus on that. But I think voting Democrat, after, again, civil rights legislation, for all the good it was supposed to do, for all the promises that it held, and for all the sacrifices that were made to get that legislation through, we're nearly 60 years beyond that, and it is not looking good at all. I mean, everybody in this room understands how detrimental the future looks for Black America. And so we got to do something radically different. And if just removing the Democrat off of your voter registration is the first step, I mean, that's a very small step, but it sends a very large message. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. It just sends a huge message to the Democrat Party. And especially because they know they're going to lose this midterm election. I was just posting today, I think they're okay with losing it because it gives them 2 years to point the finger at the Republicans and try to set themselves up for a victory in 2024. I've seen that game played out. I've seen it happen in the past. And so I just think they already understand it. I think the writing's on the wall. And it's really going to determine how the country moves in 2024. I would hate to see us continue to vote at these historic levels for Democrats. It just isn't working. Lavelle, and then I think Poda came up to speak. If you want to go after Lavelle, you feel free.
Well, personally, the way that since I've been hearing all y'all speak on it, when we talk about poverty, you got to understand that poverty is something that's more of not a local thing. This is something that's really actually a national problem because the entire country is going broke. Really, actually, honestly, to be honest with y'all, the country is going broke because of platforms like YouTube and even Twitter. You heard me? Elon Musk just bought Twitter for like, what, $40 billion? The thing is, okay, and this has been going on for years, you heard me? We put these people in office that have grown with money, you heard me? So they don't know what poverty is. You understand what I'm saying? If you go back and look at the lifelines of Donald Trump and Joe Biden, you're going to see that they were never broke. They grandfathers were broke at some point and started the dynasty for them. You understand what I'm saying? The thing is, we have a lot of great potential when it comes down to the future leaders of this country. You hear me? But the image that everybody's been putting out has been the wrong image. You understand what I'm saying? I'm gonna continue by saying that if we was to stop electing excuse me for my vulgar language, but if we was to stop electing rich people to run in office, then maybe the country actually be stable. You understand what I'm saying? All these people that we done put in office since the early 2000s had millions of dollars before we even heard of them. You understand? The problem is that we giving the power to the hands of the rich instead of keeping the power in the hands of the poor like it was written in their constitution. So therefore, if you want to go and say, oh, we want to take, if you really want to break down the meaning of a republic has a lot to do with the people. If the people have no say-so, then they done lock down the entire government. That's BS, and it should not be that way. When in actuality, we need to stop electing rich people in office anyway. When you look at this president at the presidency, it should have nothing. It should be based on basically moral character and your ability to judge right and wrong. That's it. You understand what I'm saying? Them people don't know what they're doing. They make things happen all the way across the world. They cause Africans and Indians and all this here to fucking die and suffer so that we can live and be free. When in actuality, our people are not free, and we have never been free since we came here 400 or 500 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? We have to break the veil of what they call a fair system and check their ass. That's it. Period.
Hey, thank you for that. What part of the country? Hey, no, Lavelle, what part of the country you in? You sounds like Louisiana.
I'm in Louisiana. I'm from New Orleans. I'm right on the West Bank.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We need to stop electing rich motherfuckers to the seat. And this is something that all Americans need to know. Stop electing people like Donald Trump. Stop electing motherfuckers like Joe Biden. Stop electing these motherfucking lawyers to the presidency and give it to the poorest, brokest motherfucker on the planet. Because that person might know way better than half of these other politicians don't. All they can really do is just try to block them with the law. And if you're the president, so-called commander-in-chief, you the one who pull the strings. You the motherfucker that makes shit happen. You understand what I'm saying? Every politician needs to go to jail for not just murder, but extortion. You understand what I'm saying? The proof is in the pudding. The politicians have been killing off Grammy Award-winning superstars for years, and nobody has ever spoke up about this shit. Nobody.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm gonna drop you down. Appreciate you coming up to speak. And so there was a lot there. You know, I love that young energy. So there's a lot to unpack in that. I agree. Yeah, we shouldn't be electing wealthy individuals, celebrities, whatever the case may be, to the presidency. However, the anger that this young black man feels comes from a nationalistic viewpoint. And it's because we're putting all of our faith into the presidency. But that's not how we should be thinking at all. He should have that anger for his governor, for his county executive, for the mayor of his city, because those are the people that directly affect what goes on in his city, in his county, in his state. The president has very little control over what happens in Louisiana. I mean, it's minuscule. The governor is the person in the state of whatever that has this authority to effectively change what happens in that state. And when we start to think like that and we take our eyes off of DC, because to be perfectly honest, you know, I lived much of my life not giving a damn about what happened in DC. I didn't care about what happened geopolitically. I just was living my life, and I had a good life. I'm a truck driver, driving across the country, whatever, paying my bills, listening to a lot of right-wing talk radio, to be perfectly honest. And after listening to that for so long, no matter who you are, you're either going to fall in love with it or you're going to hate it. And it just turns out that I hated it. So, but they, if I turn it on today, they're saying the exact same things today that they were saying 20 years ago. They've been beating the same dead horse straight, 20 years straight. And I don't think 20 years from now that too much will change about what comes out of their mouth. They are what they are. The Democrats are what they are. Neither side is changing. We have to change. It's up to us to change our behavior, to change what we become. If we don't change our behavior, nothing is going to change. I mean, that's just the bottom line of it. We have to be the change. So we got POTA and then state power.
Hey, give me a minute. So I've listened and you know, what I really come into these spaces to share, despite what you'll see in my bio, is really raising questions and just trying to contribute to the I guess the inquisition of the conversation rather than to make points that I think are definitive and absolute. What so I support the premise of the discussion, which is moving away from a very blind loyalty to a party that I think right now and mistakenly has really revealed its motives, its long-held motives. I think that the Joe Biden's conduct and what appears to be the inept approach of this administration to governing was not really intentional. It's just that there's no way to avoid exposing that with the hyper presence of media and the way that information is just available to us in an unprecedented way in this particular moment. And I think if the Democratic Party could do anything to shield us from that reality in terms of the weakness, the ineptness of this, ineptitude of this administration, they would. What I want to make sure we bring into perspective is how intentional we are at a point now with what is happening. Black people who participate in Democratic Party politics are selected, and Black people who agitate a radical politic, who agitate a sovereign, autonomous sense of political authority are canceled, are removed from that pipeline of people who could potentially ascend to any critical post of leadership. And I think that sometimes we forget to think about the and compare the assassinations of Malcolm X, of Martin Luther King, of Medgar Evers to the cancellation of people who represented not only a cultural phenomenon but a political phenomenon. When you think about Malcolm X, when you think about Martin Luther King, those in their generation, they were the two Black men most likely to be able to get elected to statewide office, to federal office. And so assassinating them ensured that they would not. And it also interrupted very inorganically a political progression of a whole two very distinct groups of Black political ideology who might aspire to make that happen in the near term. This book, Birmingham Radicals 147, in the book The Sword and the Shield, it's a very short quote. I'm going to read it for you. Black folk who once could be courted as civil rights moderates were unleashing a profoundly radical critique against the gradualist policies of the Kennedy administration. There's a whole paragraph that supports that, but just people who have even just a dose of context for what happened in the 1960s in that administration and how that particular presidency has been branded as being something that it was very progressive, very pro-Black, in the same way that every Democratic administration since then has attempted to present itself and brand itself, inauthentic as it was. I think that we have evidence now in a way that's unprecedented as to why we should be circumspect about the Democratic Party. But I think that these questions come up for us. Do we actually know how to govern outside of running for political office and having aspirations of intercepting a political culture that's been very problematic to us? Do we actually have within our community the skill sets, the civic competencies, and literacy to move into a self-governing situation or a situation where we have autonomy in the existing structure of government.
Let me answer the first question. I'm gonna let you get your questions in.
Well, you don't have to, because because I.
No, because I want to, because like in the beginning, you kind of like, I feel like the things you said in the beginning were national politics, and we explain that the advantage that Black people have is locally, it's county, statewide, it's regionally. It's not, we got to stop thinking nationally. So,
and
we
as
have to stop thinking nationally.
Well,
so
I don't disagree with that premise of what you're saying, but I want to caution you that the same pre-selection and cancellation of Black personalities that would advocate in a way that's symmetrical to what we're discussing in this school is exact same. It's the same process of pre-selection and cancellation and determining.
Hey, sir. Sir, that's why. Go ahead.
It's the same until we have a Black majority of voters within those jurisdictions within the state. It's the same today, but it won't be the same when we move and we migrate and we fill up these states with the goal and the mission of taking over the government. So to your first question, yes, we absolutely, without a doubt, without question, have the ability to govern. Absolutely, undoubtedly, unquestionably, we have the ability to govern. What's the next question?
The other question is how how many of our peers are more comfortable operating in the scope of white supremacy? Because in order to build that type of master society that you're describing at a local level, in a jurisdiction or in a state, you have to have confidence that the people that you're attracting to that collective are people who are adverse, entirely committed in their adversary attitudes to white supremacy. And I mean, I'm not taking a position on this, but I am going to have to be anecdotal to say that even in dealing with the most oppressed Black people at a familial level, at a social level, at an academic level, we have to know that the group of people who really believe that white supremacy is the problem and needs to be abolished and not reoriented, not readopted in some other reformed iteration, is not a significant number of Black people in any environment that you're in. So how do you attract peers? How do you attract a collective that is not at all interested in engaging in the culture and the traditions, in the norms, in the mores of white supremacy? Because if you cannot take every remnant of white supremacy out, then you risk quite ultimately running back into the same crises that we've had all along, with just a different representation of leadership and different profiles and personalities at the helm of it.
Okay, so I get your question.
And can I contextualize it with just this part?
Okay.
If it were the case that the doctrine of civil rights leaders like King and like Malcolm X was so well understood and embraced by their following, why did their murder serve essentially to disrupt for almost an entire generation any continuity of their philosophies and their movements? Could Martin?
Look, I'm gonna answer that.
Amongst his following, and we can say just for the sake of his disciples, could Martin Luther King count to 5 in terms of who was truly committed? Could Malcolm X count to 5 in terms of who was truly committed to the very nature of the type of liberation that they were advocating?
Hey, sir, I'm going to answer your question, sir. Look, sir, an individual cannot sustain a platform or a agenda for 30, 40, 100 years. You have to have an entity. A Black American political party can sustain a Black agenda and a Black platform for hundreds and hundreds of years. We have our members in the Black American political party. We vote on what our agendas and what the platform is going to be, and then we stick to that platform and agenda. And it would go for generations and generations. We never change. Or we can change a little bit, but I mean, we vote on those on the agendas that we want to change, but we are all what's that word we're looking for? We are all agree to a certain agenda, and we go with that. We can't be dependent on individual. We have to have a entity, a Black American political party, and we go with that. And sir, look, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, those guys were dead hundreds of years ago. But the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, they still go on, and they going on forever and ever.
Well, they could count to five. Respectfully, they could count to five.
They can what now, sir?
They could count to five loyalists who were with them, who subscribe absolutely to their doctrine and would continue that doctrine for generations to come. They could do that. The person that you named, George Washington, the people that they ascribe the quality of founding fathers, they had that confidence in their people. The following of the people that I named, that I pointed to, even in writing, there has been criticism of some of the key disciples of those folks. I mean, we even believe.
Listen, while you're very, very eloquent, and I really appreciate your points, Poda. There's other people raising their hands.
Yeah, I agree. Let's get someone else. But I just want to give a little bit to Poda, because I know he's been in the political process, and so, like, here's the thing. There's 8 states that we have identified that can become Black majority states. I've stated in a few of our past spaces that there may be 8 different Black independent political parties, and that is perfectly fine. We don't have to be one solid group across this region. That is not necessarily to our advantage, even, to be perfectly honest, because we just don't. It's unnatural to believe that we're going to have 100% unity. No tribe, no country, no landmass on the planet has ever had 100% membership of all the people at all the times. It usually breaks down into a bunch of smaller tribes over time, and that's okay. But we can't just sit here in the boiling pot of water and slowly get cooked to death. We have to do something different. And we can't let fear, because this is really where your question comes from. It's a fear-based.
No, I think that's a very dangerous reduction. It was a critique. It was not. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying it's not noble.
Because we don't.
I'm saying that there were questions to be asked. You think I don't support the Black majority states proposal?
Yeah, but you called it autonomous, which is not autonomous at all. We are Black Americans. We are American citizens. We're going to vote like Black American citizens. We want our children, our great-great-grandchildren, and their great-great-grandchildren to be Black American citizens. We simply want to have political power to protect and prosper our citizens. We don't need white people to do that. We can govern ourselves.
That's
and we
consistent with what I said.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I mean, So, because to me, the question's a little asinine. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm an entrepreneur. I've built businesses. I've trained people. I've been able to allow my businesses to operate when I'm nowhere around. It's not that difficult. You to set up a system and train people, and then they operate under the system. I mean, we're talking about taking over the entire educational system of the state and every system within the state government. Our people are in positions of power and authority all across this country at every level.
So arguably so. If it's not that hard, why is DC not a majority black territory anymore?
Well, DC is not. It's not a state. They don't have representation.
It will be. It will be a state.
All right, so it's currently not a state, and
it's not yet.
Appreciate Pota if you allow other people to talk because they have had their hands raised for a while.
Okay, let's go state power and then Miss Shauna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me clear?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I wanted to touch on some things that I heard a few different individuals speak about, and those things are regarding the relationship between the states. So I want to break down some terms. You have a governor and you have a president, right? Well, what is a governor? Let's really break that down. A governor governs. What is a president? A president presides over something. What does our president preside over? Our president presides over the federal government, and the federal government's job is to do two things. It's to manage the relationship between the states and to manage foreign relationships outside of the United States. So our president really doesn't have any major jurisdiction over what happens within a state. He can manage relationships between the states, and he can manage foreign relationships, and arguably those things are important too. But when we're talking about actually making change, like that are like that's day to day, like what things that are like day to day that are important to us, those things have to happen at the state level from someone called the governor, because the governor governs. And so we have to really get out of. I like what Black Majority says. We got to get out of this mentality of national politics. We have to start focusing at the state level, because all power in the United States is at the state level. So I just wanted to touch on that. It's a real ruse, I think, that our educational system, I don't know where it came from, but a lot of emphasis is really put on the President of the United States. And like I said, he's the commander-in-chief, but commander-in-chief of what? He's the commander-in-chief of our military. But then I also say, well, guess what? Governors are also commander-in-chiefs too. Governors have their own militaries. And so if we had a Black majority state, then we would have a governor who was commander-in-chief of the state military for a particular state. We would have someone who governs everything down to our educational system, our criminal justice system. All of these things are handled at the state level. These things are not handled at the federal level. And so it's really irrelevant that we keep focusing at federal elections until we actually take over a state. We really shouldn't focus too much on the federal election. And so I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Man, thank you. That was brilliant. I truly appreciate everything you said. Miss Shauna.
That was great.
Okay, Miss Shauna, you're up.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so I had a few questions. I think I kind of sort of caught your drift somewhere halfway through about your intention, like with the Black majority states becoming super majorities. So I think Black America mentioned that there's 8 states that could become Black supermajorities. So was your goal for everyone across America, like all Black people, to move into those 8 states?
No,
That's a really good question.
We don't need all. Yeah, we don't need all Black Americans to move to the 8 states or the 10 states southern region. We need at least 40% of Black Americans to move to that region for supermajority. So yeah, we don't need everybody.
Okay, because I haven't been here for this whole conversation. I did catch the host saying that Black people need to not register as Democrats or change your registration to independent. So I guess my next question is,
actually,
go ahead.
Well, you can register as independent, but we prefer that we form our own Black American political party. Because only political parties can control states. Go ahead. What's your next question, ma'am?
Okay, you kind of answered it, because I was going to say, what party would you register as in order to, to create this legislation and for these offices and seats? But you didn't answer that, so I was going to say, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, we do not have a Black American political party yet, but once we create a Black American political party, we hope to have members and elected officials representing that party.
Yeah, I'd love for married Black parents to answer this question.
Yeah, I just threw my mic on, about to jump in. What's up? So what's going on, Fiona? This is one of my love and sheer loves in life, and every week is to talk about this movement. And when I say movement, I really mean like you move to a different state. So, if you go to my profile, like what you'll see is, I think my pinned tweet is a particular sequence of states that we need to move to. So right now, currently, I think it's like 60% of Black people live in the South and 40% live outside of the South. I think it's like 44% or whatever it is. So what we're trying to do is figure out how we can get Black people to move to a place to take over a state the fastest. What we have identified is that Delaware, ain't nobody really talking about Delaware, but Delaware is one of the least populated states, and it would only take about 525,000 new Black voters to take over that state. So while everybody's like, hey, move to the South in general, what we're trying to say is like, listen, if we're going to try to get Black American political power, what we need to do is concentrate. Like there's people in Alabama, there's people in Mississippi, there's people in Arkansas, there's people in LA or whatever, but we're spread out. And when we're spread out, we cannot actually govern ourselves because we have to contend with these other parties. So part of our aim is to get, kind of coordinate and convince, hundreds of thousands of Black people to move to Delaware. And in Delaware, that's what we're going to, we're aiming specifically at Dover, the city of Dover, for a couple of reasons. First, it's already 46% Black, so that's dope. And it also has a HBCU, which is extra dope. So we can go there and think, in two ways. First, we're going to achieve political majority in a small, area. Dover is 24 square miles, give or take. And when we take over the government, when we have enough people to take over the government, there's a couple of, there's a sequence of political things that we're going to do, like raise taxes, fund schools, fund public transportations, build buildings, all of these things in order to allow for more Black people to move there. Because currently what happens is, there's a whole movement across everywhere called NIMBY, which is like not in my backyard, where local localities and groups of people that live where they are saying, hey, don't do these great things where I am because I don't want that, right? And that's fine. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out a platform to say, hey, let's all move here. And then once we get control of Dover, Delaware, what we're going to do is we're going to flip the switch and make it a super dense locality. And when we have that super dense locality, instead of it just being, I'd say it's 100,000 people. What we want to do is build enough housing and the businesses that Black people own, et cetera, so that, we flip that to, in the next 5 years, it's 200,000. And then in the next 5 years, it's 400,000. And then what happens is we change the political dynamics, both in Dover, Delaware itself, as well as the county that it's in. And then while we have all these people coming in, of course, we're going to be educated by the HBCU, et cetera. And then, so it's a step by, we're trying to figure out a step-by-step process based on a particular county in a particular city or town in order to make everything more dense. And while that's happening, that's when we start to create the alternative political party. Now, of course, in the beginning, it would just be, like local to Dover, Delaware. But, since it's a state, since parties are defined by the state, we would go to the state and define a party, which isn't hard. Like, I was looking at, there's like a Sith party and like, like a Game of Thrones party. So creating a political party across the state is not a very difficult thing. The hard part is getting everybody on board and, voting with it, etc. So, all right. So I know I threw a lot at you. So, do you have any questions right now?
Yeah, my next question was, how do you plan, have you researched how to like form the actual party and like get on the ballot to like form the party?
Well, like that's, so right now, no. But I also, no. But hold on, I got you. I got you real quick. I got you. Okay. But I did see that there a few of the city council people that were elected to the city council of Dover, are politically unaffiliated. So they were not a particular party. So like you'll see, and they'll be like, yeah, seven.
I apologize to cut you off. I'm not talking about just Dover. I'm talking about the whole South, the whole 8 to 10 states thing that Black America was talking about. Not just Dover, but the whole.
Yeah, that's cool. So, I mean, but what will happen is that will be state by state. So like right now, me personally, everybody else is talking about the South in general. Me personally, I like to prioritize. And my priority is to think about what's going to happen in Dover. So what would happen to answer your question is, each state you would have to, register, and just like you were getting elected, you would probably have to get, 1,000 or 2,000 signatures of people saying, hey, I like this as a political party, go turn that in, pay your $20 processing fee, et cetera, et cetera. I doubt that is very, very difficult unless you're in like a state like PA that is really ass backwards. But like that,
how would you convince people to move to like Arkansas or Mississippi, states like that are struggling like with broadband and things like that? The education system, they're ranked pretty low. They're all in the Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, they're all ranked, I believe, in the bottom 10. No offense to anyone that lives in these states. How do you convince people to move to these states? I understand that, of course, you want to probably improve that once you were to achieve power, but how do you convince someone to move there before you could do anything to improve anything? How could you?
This is a fantastic question, and I really appreciate you asking that, because I've been thinking about that too. And the right now the answer to that is basically lead by example. So part of what is baked into my assumptions about this movement is when we move to Dover, Delaware, what's going to happen is we're going to need to basically build 200 to 300,000 new houses. And in addition to that 200 to 300,000 new houses, we're going to need stores. We're going to need manufacturers to supply the stores. We're going to need logistics. We're going to need warehouses. We're going to need office space. We're going to need all the, and people to be in the offices and accountants and so forth. So what happens is wealth happens when more people move into a place. Like, one of the reasons that New York is such a powerhouse is because people keep moving there.
Right. With respect, I want a story though from someone that's kind of moved to nowhere, Alabama. I mean, Delaware's not, I mean, in the bottom 10 of states like for education or broadband or that type of thing. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's in the top 10, but it's not in the bottom 10 either. So I appreciate you trying to answer my questions and everything. I'm not trying to be combative or anything, but I want to hear from someone that would move to, like I said, middle of nowhere Mississippi or middle of nowhere Alabama to advance this agenda. I mean, I understand Delaware's your point of focus. I'm just saying, like, it's different.
I'm trying to give you an answer.
I'm about moving to Delaware. Just saying. No.
I'm trying to give you an answer that would apply to anything, because part of my thinking is trying to figure out how we can replicate whatever we go to. Like, if like Delaware, I live in Philly, so Delaware is right down the street, allegedly, right? If it was Alabama that we had to move first, I would have to do the same type of thinking about moving to Alabama. And now all of the premises that I have about moving to Delaware are not specific to Delaware. They're specific to moving and creating a massive amount of movement. How do we get hundreds of thousands of people or even tens of thousands of people? And what are the economic ramifications and potentials in moving large masses of people to there? So what one of the fundamental premises that I have is that when you move from one place to another, that new place has economic activity, and that new economic activity spurs or can spur more economic activity. And it is the influx of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that bring wealth from other places to that place. And that wealth, if you do it correctly, can be self-sustaining. So when I'm thinking of moving people to Delaware, in the back of my head, I'm thinking of what would it take for us to have a quote unquote self-sufficient population of about 25,000 people, and govern that in a way such that when it's time to move to Alabama or Arkansas or what other state, what are the policies that we need to implement? What are the laws we need to pass? How does the local and county government need to be structured so that we can account for and accommodate, the influx of hundreds of thousands of people, and be sexy enough for people to be like, yo, I never thought that I would want to move to Alabama. But, there's this job down there, there's growth, there's, like, they're building amusement parks, they're building XYZ PDQ to make it so that it's not just like, hey, I know we've been bad as a state for, the last 30 years, but here is a template, just like McDonald's can create can create not just a burger, but they can create a whole McDonald's store. I want to figure out how to have, okay, cool. Well, we're going to create a city of 25,000 people. And to do that, we need people that do construction. We need people that do accounting, people that do X, Y, and Z. So I really appreciate you saying, Alabama and, Arkansas, because, nobody really wants to go there right now. The people there be like, yo, it's not that bad, right? But so it's in our thinking to try to figure out how to make these places attractive instead of just like, let's go gung-ho on this political
that's kind of, sorry to interrupt, but that's kind of what they build landmarks for, and other things like such other activities. But the thing is, most of those landmarks and other activities like Six Flags, that was more mainly controlled by the other color than it was by any black man, if I'm correct. Wasn't a black man that started Six Flags. You understand what I'm saying? So when it comes down to it, I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm just trying to, put my little 2 cents in before I leave and start work, get to work. Personally, the way that I feel about it is, see, I don't really know if there's a lot of Dr. King or Malcolm X landmarks out there. I've seen some, but I haven't seen them all. I know that here up in Louisiana, they emphasize past racism, and that can't be, you know what I'm saying? Because this entire American culture was brought up on white supremacy. It was brought up on the enslavement of our people instead of the bringing up. So it's just a certain way we got to change that. But thank y'all for listening, and I'll talk to y'all, some other time. Thank y'all.
All right, thanks.
Okay, yeah. Have a good night at work. State Powers next.
Thank you. I wanted to address Shauna's question regarding how do we get people to move to some of these rural areas that the infrastructure isn't there yet. One, I want to say that Black people are already moving back to the South into these rural areas, and it's happening naturally without a push. And the reason why it's happening naturally is because Black Americans are starting to see there are opportunities in these areas outside of what they've been led to believe, right? We've been led to believe that the South is it's highly racist, that it's dangerous for us, that there's bad weather. They make up every excuse in the book. But I'll say this: before California became the 5th largest economy in the world, it was pretty desolate and out here. California is a desert. Half of the state is nothing but desert. There's no water here. We're always in a water shortage, but yet somehow we're the 5th largest economy in the world. And so Black people migrated to California between the 1950s and the 1920s to about the 1970s, and made California what it is today, making it the 5th largest economy. Working in the Central Valley when they originally got here, which was highly agricultural. If you've ever been to the San Joaquin Valley in California, it's, a lot of our families worked in those fields when they came here. So, some of the Black Americans that went to the Midwest and they went to the East Coast, they worked in these factories, in these factory jobs, building cars or textiles and other things. But Black Americans that went to California actually still did agriculture when they originally got here. There was some shipping out here as well, and military activities as well, but most of it was agriculture. So I think, like, when we're talking about moving back to the South, Black majority makes a good point. Pick a state that's actually that actually aligns with your values. Not all of these states are going to be the same. Alabama's never going to be Delaware, and that's fine. But Alabama could be the San Joaquin Valley within this. What I mean is, it could be an agricultural powerhouse, and so Black Americans, we're very fearful of right now, right? Like I said, when we first moved to California, these are things that we did, but we've kind of moved away from agriculture, and it's like a taboo thing. I'd like to see a lot more Black farmers. I think that's something that we do that we can actually really capitalize on. That could actually be one of our niches within the United States. A lot. I think they said something like 50% of the food supply for the United States comes from California. Why is that? Why is half of the food supply from the United States coming from California, and why is it not coming from Alabama? Why is it not coming from Mississippi? Why is it not coming from Louisiana? You know what I mean? And so I just want to put that out there. There's reasons for us to move back. We just got to change our thinking. Thank you.
Man, I love that you talked about the farmers, because that was going to be, my point I wanted to make is, there's so much opportunity for farming. And then what Mary Black Parents said was, for us, Delaware is our model state to not only prove that it works, but to go through the process and to perfect the process in taking over a much smaller state first, and then taking that information and applying it to these larger states, at the same time using the leverage of the state of Delaware to start purchasing farming, agricultural from our Black farmers in these southern states. I've moved away from saying everybody move to the South, because these questions come up, and they're very good questions. They're extremely important questions, but you need an advocate for each of those states to be able to learn and process and think about the ways in which that state offers the most benefits. We've really focused in on Delaware because of the speed, and not just the speed, but it's only 3 counties. Like, there's just so many advantages to Delaware to become the first Black state, and then transfer that information over to these other states and help the people in Mississippi start attracting more Black Americans to come to the state of Mississippi. Help the Black people in Louisiana, where a young gentleman was from, to start attracting really Texans. We really need the Black Texans to move over to Louisiana. I mean, that's the easiest way a migration could work, is if it's just one state over. So you're not necessarily traveling from across the country, if possible, if it's a close state, 1 or 2 states over. So that way, again, people get homesick, they want to go home for the weekend, it's not a big deal, and they don't feel like they're so far away from quote unquote home. Because, homesickness, I've been a truck driver 20 years. It's a real issue. It affects people in different ways. And so, we got to be cognizant of that. But it's really, we really want people to start focusing on their particular state, becoming an expert on that one state, whatever state it is. Georgia, a lot of people like Georgia. Start focusing in on Georgia, start thinking about Georgia, and advocate to get other people to move to the state of Georgia, if that's the state.
No, man, listen, like, Georgia's a no-go. So, like, I'm sorry, I tend to be the extremist in this, but what happens is, if we're going to try to do something, we need to be coordinated, and we need to make decisions based on objective criteria. And the most objective criteria in the way we achieve what it is we all focus on the same thing. And there are a couple states that have such large populations that it requires way too many Black people to focus on in the short and medium term. In the long term, yeah, sure. But in the short term, the 3 most important states to aim at are Delaware, Mississippi, and Arkansas. And if you're not aiming at those, you're not aiming at creating a majority Black state. You might be trying to think you are, but what's happening is you're deluding yourself into thinking that what you're doing is contributing to something, but it is actually not. In order for us to achieve this, we must focus on the first state only, and then the second state. And then this is not like a broad, massive, like, hey, let's everybody do what it is that they think is nice, because that will not achieve our objective.
I just want to.
I mean, ideally,
if I could give a little pushback to that just real quick. I mean, I think that any state that's already at a 30% can achieve it relatively quickly. I mean, you don't think South Carolina is one of those states?
No, South Carolina is not. Now, I mean, listen. Go to my profile. I literally have from 1 to 10 how many people it would take for each state to be turned into a majority Black state. Delaware is 500,000. Mississippi is 900,000. Arkansas is a little bit under 1 million, and then the next is like everything after that is over 1 million people. So because what's happening is we have large black populations in these states, but what we also have is large white populations in those states. And for us to achieve a majority for voter or just raw population, we need way more people than it would have we would require that if we all focused on the first 3 states. And the first 3 states give us the best bang for the buck because A, we achieve governorship, B, we control the state budget, and C, we also get Senate seats. So I would much rather 2 million people move to Delaware and Mississippi than 2 million people move to Maryland, because we would not have 2 governors, we would only have 1. We would not have 4 senators, we would only have 2. So numerically, it is important to focus on Delaware, and that's why I'm saying.
Can I make a point also in regards to your suggestion about Maryland? Maryland, even though Baltimore City is a majority black city, because we have what we call the butterfly effect, meaning that the surrounding counties of Baltimore City is majority white. So therefore, Baltimore City will get a Democrat mayor. But when it comes down to governorship, it's typically, recently it's been a Republican. So therefore, because of that butterfly effect, it's kind of hard for us to get who we want, specifically someone that would represent us as governor in the state of Maryland.
Which is why everybody in Maryland should move to Delaware so you can, en masse, elect somebody that you want, that will protect you and that will do what it is that you tell them to. That is the political game. It's all numbers. It's not allegiance. It's not nostalgia. It is numerical superiority. And everybody in Delaware needs to move. Everybody in Maryland needs to move to Delaware. Everybody in Philadelphia needs to move to Delaware. Everybody in New York needs to move to Delaware so that we achieve a majority numerical supremacy in that state that is unequivocal and cannot be usurped.
Yeah, the only thing is Maryland can be a black majority state. So as she was saying, the eastern part is black, and so we would need people to move into the western part of Maryland. That's essentially in any state that we're going to take over. We've got to be willing to move in parts of the state that are not the black concentrated areas, because we got to take over towns and counties and move up the political chain as we move up and as we take over these cities, these towns, these counties, and ultimately the governorship.
Maryland requires 2.6 million black people in order to become a majority black voter state.
Right. So it's possible, and so we don't want to we won't want to cannibalize a state that can be a black majority state. If all the black people in DC moved into Maryland, that would help Maryland out significantly. It wouldn't change it.
It would not achieve the objective.
Would not help. Yeah, right. It would help.
And so, like I said, I'm fine with being an extremist. I am quite literally saying, if you do not live in one of the first 3 states, you should move into the first 3 states. You can move back once we achieve it. You can move back once we have momentum and once we have all of this stuff. But in the short term, staying where you are is not helping. But that's just me.
Right. Good example. I have a residence in the state of North Carolina. Yes, state of North Carolina going to take a lot of black people to take supermajority of that state. However, the economy of North Carolina is so big, there's so many opportunity in the state of North Carolina that state can support millions of black people migrating to that state. Georgia's the same way. Georgia, you got the big city Atlanta, you have Savannah, you got Columbus, you got Augusta. All those smaller cities have huge Black population, and they can accommodate a lot more Black Americans, right? And Georgia's a huge economy. Georgia's economy is larger than Nigeria, Egypt, and South Africa. So Georgia can support millions of Black Americans moving to that state. So yeah.
Okay, state powers next. I appreciate you comparing a state economy to an actual country because we need a lot more of that, to be perfectly honest, because we really, ultimately, when we stop thinking about the national politics and then we really focus on state politics, we really would start to think of these states like they are individual countries. That would be the ideal way to think about each of one of these states. Okay, state power.
Yeah, real quick about the, comparing it to a country or whatever. You're absolutely right on that. We already do that. I always hear them talking about California is the 5th largest economy in the world, right? They always say that, but they don't say it much about southern states, obviously, because they're not there yet. But one thing I wanted to say was, California has a Black population of about 2.5 million. Texas has a Black population of about 3.5 million. And to what Black American Homeland was saying is that, some of these other states, they have the capacity and already the economy. So they actually kind of have that attraction too. And so if we're talking about it from a marketing point of view, it's a lot easier to get somebody to move to North Carolina, right? It's a lot easier to get somebody to move to South Carolina because they already have that attraction, because they already have that infrastructure. And so if it requires 1 million people, well, so be it. California has 2.5 million Black people. Texas has 3.5 million Black people. I just named 2 states. It doesn't take everyone moving. If you just had half of the people of these states moving, we'd already have the Black majority state. And so it's already kind of happening with in California. There's been an exodus of people leaving California, Black people too. And I know we've lost hundreds of thousands of Black people from California. Where did they go? Where did those hundreds of thousands of Black people leaving California go? They went to Texas. They went to Tennessee. They went to Florida. Why didn't they go to South Carolina? Why didn't they go to Louisiana?
Why didn't they go to Delaware?
But but Californians don't like the cold. I'll just say that right now. We're looking for somewhere a little bit warmer.
Well, okay, that's fine. But so I looked at my thing, pinned tweet. Georgia requires something like 3.6 million Black people in order to be a majority Black, and North Carolina requires something like 4.2 million. So here's the thing about saying, hey, we can go to Delaware and we can go to Georgia and we can go to North Carolina. There's not enough Black people to do that. Like, I know everybody wants to be like, hey, we got these 8 great states, but there's not enough Black people to go around, one. And 2, we need velocity. We can't just say, hey, this is a great option. Yes, it's a great option, but not in the short term.
But also this stuff. Yes, we're going to have 3 states that are super majority Black states. There's nothing wrong with increasing the Black population of a state from 30% to 40 to 50%. We're still
There is if you are diluting your majority and not achieving your majority.
If those people are never going to go to Delaware, then it's not diluting it. So if they're not, because I'm going to say this right now, they're not going to go to Delaware. That's not a state that's even on the radar. It's not attractive to Californians. So we're not diluting from Delaware. And if they're going to move, to Florida, then tell them to move to Alabama instead. If they're going to move to Texas, tell them to move to Louisiana instead. We're still increasing.
No, they would go to Mississippi. First, it would be Mississippi, then Arkansas. In terms of numerical. So like Delaware would be on one side and Mississippi would be on the other.
No, I hear what you're saying. I get that. But I'm saying that those states are not some of those states are not just going to be attractive enough to pool them. You're not, and so I don't see it as diluting. It's almost like you're looking for a forced migration, and a forced migration won't work. I'll tell you that right now.
No, I'm not. No, it will be a choice migration. Now, I'm clear that not everybody's going to sign up, and I'm not saying that everybody should sign up. And what I am saying is that do not think like, hey, we're going to like this is a particular movement trying to get people to specifically move in order to achieve a majority black state. That is a very specific thing. People are going to leave Texas because they don't like Texas. People are going to leave Arkansas because they don't like Arkansas. That's fine. But I don't want them to be in deluding themselves and thinking like, I'm moving here in order to create a majority black state. You're not doing that if you're not moving specifically to the next state that needs to be.
I'll say one more thing, and I think because I got to get ready to get out of here pretty soon. But to what Black Majority has already stated countless times in these spaces, I live in a town right now that was only 2 years ago about 5% African American. The population has now been 15% African American, Black American. Now, how did that happen? Did more of us just move here? There's a thing called white flight. I go on the Facebook group right now, and I always say like, all these LA people moved here. I wish these LA people would go back home. You know who they're talking about when they say that? They're talking code. They say all these black people moved here. And now that we've moved here, some of them have left. And so is your data using white flight?
Yeah, so let me put this part in. So Delaware is going to be good for the Northeast USA, all the northern Midwestern states like Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, St. Louis, even Kentucky and Tennessee for that matter. It's really because it has the four seasons, it's got the winters, it's got all of the elements that those people are used to. So Maryland, Delaware would be perfect for that part of the country. And then when you get down south, yeah, we're really talking about Texas, Florida, because that's where the population is, California, and some other states. But up here, really, that's why I try to put D.C. and New York and Pennsylvania in the title, because we really want to pull from the closest possible area, because, again, the people, they're just used to the climate, they're used to the time zone. There's just a lot of familiarity, maybe even the pollen. When I moved to North Carolina, it was at least 10 years ago, maybe even 20 years ago. The pollen was so adverse to my system. I was crying yellow pollen. Yellow pollen it just covers everything down there. So I personally would not move to North Carolina because my body can't take the environment of living in North Carolina. And that may be the case for other people, whether it's a physical thing or a mental thing, or it's the weather, or whatever the case may be. So that's fine. There's more than enough. I just tallied up the amount of black people living in New England, which is the 6 states north of New York, and it's somewhere like 1.6 million or something like that, and mainly in the Massachusetts and Connecticut area. So there's more than enough population up in the north to fill up Maryland and Delaware at some future date. Once we get to 300,000, 400,000, once we take over the state, we're good. I mean, and everybody else, that's when we really, as a political party, would say, okay, Mississippi's next. Let's start advocating for that in terms of what we're doing. What everybody else can do individually it's always an individual choice and an individual decision. We just want to provide guidance and advocacy for the states that we know can become black majority states, and try to steer people away from states that we know cannot. I mean, there's just we only have so many black citizens in the country, and there's only so many states. So it only happen I mean, realistically, in probably about 6 of the 8 to 10 states with our current population. And here's the problem. As time goes on, these population numbers increase. The white population increases. Potentially,
it decreases. It's going to decrease. The white population is going to decrease.
It's
by 2030. By 2030, the white population is going to be around 52% of the national population.
Yeah, you're talking about percentages, but the numbers are going to go up. The actual physical numbers are going to go up. The reason that their population is decreasing by percentages is because the Hispanic percentages are going up. So their numbers are going to continue to go up. It's just the share of the population is going to be distributed in a different way. In these states, which is really all that matters for us nationally, it really doesn't matter. It really kind of matters in these states. I had the 2 posts about it. Delaware is the only state that they project the Hispanic population to increase. All of the other states are essentially the same. So these are projections into 2060, I believe. So the South right now, based on their projections, essentially remains the same. There's a slight increase of the black population, but it doesn't get us to a minority or a majority. It gets us Hispanics and Asians to a majority, and that's not a coalition that we want to place our hopes and dreams and efforts into as a political force. We actually want to have a black majority, a true black majority.
Yeah, you know what? I looked at that information you sent to me, and I don't believe that the Asian population is going to surpass the black population. That's impossible. I mean, that's impossible. I mean, when you talk to white people, they say something like black people having too many kids. Well, if we having too many kids, why do they think that our population is going to remain the same in 10, 15, 20, 30 years? That's crazy. I mean, they can't have both ways.
You got to look at the numbers, not the percentages are always deceptive, because the whole country, whole country, the numbers are going to go up, right? And let's talk about numbers, not percentages. The numbers are going to continue to go up for every group. Every group's going to gain some population. The pie is getting bigger. Our share of the pie, as it gets bigger, according to them, is essentially going to stay the same. But all of these
I disagree with that, because look,
to get a bigger share of the pie.
Great. When you look at another statistics, right, they say by 2050, the black population, the black national population is going to be 18% of the United States population. The Asian population is going to be 9%. The Hispanic population 28%.
So part of the reason of all of these the population projections is because they are including Indian, like continental Indian migration as Asian. So there's definitely a lot of Indians moving into the country. It's not just Asians in terms of Chinese and Filipino. So what's happening is a lot of the tech boom that where we had Indians in doing HB1 visas that are coming over here, they're going to keep on coming, and that's part of the migration, which increases their percentage numbers.
Right, but they are counted in the Asian population.
Yes, right. They might even include Arabs in that part. Like, where do they put Arabs? Because I never see Arabs on those, separated.
Arabs are counted in the white population.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Again, I don't see that in those projections in that way. But at any rate, when we focus on the states, because again, like if we keep looking at the national numbers, we're going to be confused. That's just the reality of it. We gotta kind of drill down on a particular state, or if you know all the numbers for all 8 states, that's even more phenomenal. But we kind of got to keep our eyes on the prize in a sense, because again, whatever happens across the nation will have very little effect on us having black majorities in the states that we're going to have them, because we know the Mexicans are going to have majorities in those southwestern states. That is unquestionable.
And another part of this these projections is they are assuming the rates of migration, just rates of immigration, and what the political class will, how many people the political class will allow to migrate into the country year by year. And so what's going to happen is we can definitely change those projections, because when we achieve state power and we are able to send senators to the Congress that say, hey, we don't want this immigration, then we're going to change the nature of those projections, because we can say, hey, we don't want that. And that's why what we want to do is we want to concentrate people in a specific state so that we achieve a voting majority, so we can send senators and people in the House of Representatives to represent our particular interests. And our particular interest is to tamp down and decrease the amount of immigration, because what they have done is they've used the rate of immigration to suppress wages across the board. That's actually why wages have been going up over the last, year or two, because, due to COVID, there's a lot less immigration from foreign countries into America. First, because they shut down, the planes and everything, and also because they, Trump stopped all of the people from getting these visas that was, they would just print, faster than the money. So if you look at the rate of immigration over the last 10 years, it has dramatically fallen off to the tune of, we are quote, now not getting 2 to 3 million people per year coming into the country. And that's why people are now like, hey, we can't find workers, because the people that would migrate to, the rural towns, etc., and start to fill those jobs, they're not coming in anymore. So one of the reasons we also want to stop voting Democrat is because the Democrats are the people that are opening up the doors that then allow people in, which then suppresses the wages of the black people. And we ain't making too much already. So it's very important for us to move our vote out of the Democratic stronghold or threshold or whatever. Listen, if you want to vote Democrat, like, I ain't mad at you, because, like, I'm not saying that the Republicans are better. But what I would suggest you do is register as an independent, because like something Black Majority State was saying earlier, that it is very, very, it's a shot across the board. It is a message to deregister as a Democrat and register as an independent, because what will happen is they will try to figure out why we are leaving the Democratic Party. And like, they're not going to try to figure that out until we're already gone. People don't think about threats. People don't respond to threats. People respond to actions. Like, Biden created all these sanctions and said, oh, blah, 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 and then Russia invaded. And now everybody's like, yo, how are we going to respond to the action, not just the threat? So what you have to do is go down to your local county office or mail in, or, do your mail in, or go online and deregister as a Democrat and register as an independent. Still vote for whoever it is you want in the general election. Like, I ain't going to tell you don't vote. Please do go vote. I want you to participate. But I also want you to not be beholden to some whack ass party that don't give a shit about you. So,
hey Mary, back in 2013, 2014, right? I calculated, right, that the 8-state, I did my calculation on the 8-state southern region. That's North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and Tennessee, right? There's 45 million. Those 8 states have a total population of 45 million, right? This is 2014. There's 13 million Black Americans in those 8 states. There's 29 million white Americans, and there's 3 million Asians, American Indians, and Hispanics. Now, outside of those 8 states, right, there is 32 million. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, there's 32 million Black Americans living outside of the 8-state southern region. So let's say the 29 million white people, right? So 13 million plus another 20 million Black Americans out of that 32 moved to the 8-state southern region. Now you have a population that's larger than the 29. You have 32 million or 33 million Black Americans. That's a larger population than the 29 million white Americans. And then I believe half of that white population will flee the 8-state southern region when they see Black Americans flooding into the southern state. They're going to leave. They're going to flee. Also, the 8-state southern region, I combined a total GDP, and the total GDP of the 8-state southern region is 2.5 trillion. That will put it in number 8 as the largest economy in the world. So the 8-state southern region. So if Black Americans have control of the 8-state southern region, our region is large enough to compete with all the largest economies in the world, including Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Spain, France. We can compete with countries like Japan, Brazil, India. We can compete with all those countries.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so going back to those numbers, like I just wanted to add this part. So, we have this abortion issue that has really kept our numbers down in this country, right? And so I got to assume that they are projecting, because I believe it's somewhere in the 350,000 range over the past couple of years. And thank God some of these Republican governors or while they're trying to save their population and keep their white numbers up, it has the effect of protecting the Black children that will be born in those states as well, which should create somewhat of an increase for the Black population as well. So we would have significantly higher numbers if we did not participate in that Democrat-funded, propagated, and advocated, policy against our population.
Right. Look. A supermajority Black state is going to advocate for 2-parent family. We're going to give Black Americans that move to the 8-state southern region, including Delaware, Virginia, and other southern states, right? We're going to give incentives for Black American households for men to marry the children of their mothers, right? We're going to give incentives. We're going to give people federal jobs, state and local jobs. We're going to give them loans. We're going to give them farmland. We're going to give them land so they can build their own house. So we're going to give them property. I mean, it is so many incentives that we can give people to move to the South. I mean, look. I also calculated that Black Americans, right, in the North, Black Americans, 90% of Black Americans are concentrated into urban areas, right? That 36 million out of 45 million Black Americans, right? We live in an area covering 10,000 square miles. That's the size of Maryland. Just imagine 36 million Black Americans living in the state of Maryland, right? I mean, that's one of the problems. That's why we have high crime rate. That's why most Black Americans are renting. I want to get away from all of that, right? That's why I said the Black American homeland, right? The 8-state southern region. It covers 372 million square miles, right? It has millions and millions of arable land, right? It's 60% forest. It has mountains throughout the region. It has beaches. It has long coastlines. It has inlets. It has bays. The South is a beautiful place. The winters are mild, right? The summers are hot, but the springtime and the falls are absolutely perfect. I mean, the South is a beautiful place, and I would not live any other place in the world other than the South. Of course, I do live outside. I'm self-exiled outside the South because outside the United States because I'm not going back to live in the United States until Black Americans have political control of some states, and that's just the decision I made. But I do have residence I have my own home in the state of North Carolina. That's the state I'm targeting.
Yeah, absolutely. We fully understand that. So we want to stop voting Democrat, start voting as independent Black Americans, because the Democrats do absolutely nothing for us. Someone sent me a information about the current makeup of. Let me find this really quick. I'm gonna try to stick it up in the jumbotron. But it's immigrants and immigrant children who make up at least 14% of this current Congress. Someone wanted me to highlight that. Just the simple fact that there's 18 foreign-born members of the 117th Congress. Issues like immigration or national issues, they do become regional issues when the governors do not clamp down. And I posted something earlier about that the southeastern United States, much of those states, except for Florida and Texas, have e-verified across the board statewide. Everybody who's hired in those states must go through this e-verify process. So the rest of the country, it's kind of like a patchwork of different states do different things. Some it's only for states, some it's for only certain types of employers. But obviously, we can create legislation to limit the amount of immigration within our state simply by making it very difficult for someone who's not a citizen to actually exist and to have the benefits of state government, and that would include driver's licensing, voting, even attending schools for that matter. We can come up with ways to limit that as a Black majority state that the national federal government doesn't even want to do. First of all, they don't want to do it, but second of all, it's likely again because the Southwest is going to be very Hispanic friendly, that they may have policies to where they make it sort of like open borders over there for the most part. So I think when Black American Homeland, he had a map that shows the United States as these different regions. I think that is the future of the country. I don't think the country is going to break apart or anything like that, but I think, and I believe it's in our best interest to start thinking this way, is to start becoming more regional than national, start becoming more state-minded than anything at all for our best possible advantages. So we got a lot of folks in the room. If anybody would like to step up, ask a question, grab a mic. Oh yeah, Angie.
I wanted to make a comment in regards to that link that was sent. When you have to think about this, the majority Democratic cities, especially where we are the majority, those states now are sanctuary cities. And they became sanctuary cities because of our local politics. It wouldn't have occurred if we were more aware of what those Democratic politicians were doing in our states. They initially started off by offering immigrants driver's licenses, and then they proceeded to make it a sanctuary city. So it's systematic processes to what the Democrats do in order to assert us in our advocacy to become more political. So these are things that we need to be aware of. I've landed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that I think as we're waking up, so there's like this day or this point where you just realize that the things that they do because that's who and what they are. And we can spend essentially another 60 years fighting against who and what they are on a national level, thinking about politics from a national perspective, trying to save the democracy, as Democrats say a lot, which makes no sense to me, but that's their pitch. Or we can focus in on states and this southeastern region, and then really make a lot of that irrelevant to us as a population, because we do control our environment, because we control the state and we control the majority of the counties and we control a majority of the cities, and we have federal representation in all of these different political powers, because essentially these people are elected, they are instilled or installed with powers. They work together as a team, which is much different than what we think our Black politicians are doing. But the reality is, again, this is where we just have to accept things for what they are. The Black Congressional Caucus does work together as a team. It's just that they're working under white ownership. White rulers dictate the party platform and tell them what they can say, can't say, how they can do and can't do, et cetera, et cetera. And if they do not follow the party line, they get primaried or they stop getting support, they lose positions on committees, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is why they do fall in line, and they essentially do toe the party line, because that's their job. Essentially, that's their job, is to do the bidding of the white liberals in this country. And white liberalism, as Malcolm X really, 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 really expressed over and over and over again, is not a friend of Black America at all.
Well, I would even say immigrants are not a friend of Black Americans at all. Because when you look at Congress and the senators that are immigrants or children of immigrants, right? They're not looking out for our best interests. They're looking out for those that they can tether from their home countries in terms of their families, in terms of their significant spouses or other members that can help them along once they get into the United States. Because if they're already politicized when they come here and become politicized when they're here, it takes specific people to put them in positions of prominence. So it's not just about, quote, white supremacy. Because when you look at those black immigrants that's in Congress and Senate, they're not of our lineage. So therefore, they're not going to reflect our values, our goals, nor our needs as a collective.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. But so again, that's thinking from a national point of view.
No. I'm not thinking national because again, those politicians, what they do, I mean, when it comes down to local politics, even if you look at them, because I look at the politics here in Maryland, I look at the candidates here in Maryland. Those people here in Maryland, in terms of who's running for governor, they're not of our lineage. They had the phenotype of looking like us, but they're not of our lineage. And when they advocate, they are those individuals that advocated for, quote, sanctuary cities in my state. So therefore, I'm looking at my local politicians as well as my federal politicians. And I know personally, they're not reflecting our needs as a collective, as Black Americans. They're the ones that can count and say that we can forget the past. That's the problem.
Yeah, but so okay, so I understand what you said, and I understand what you're saying 1,000%. Here's the problem. Even though they are running in local elections, they are beholden to a national party. They're beholden to the National Democrat Party. And this is why they run under Democrat Party platform. So that this is why they do essentially whatever the Democrat Party tells them to do. So a state like Maryland, which can become a black majority state, 2.5 million black new voters move in essentially roughly. And again, these people should all come from like Ohio and Michigan and Illinois, the northeastern part of the country. Then you have a black political party that establishes a black American political platform. And then you take those people and you put them into positions of power and authority, and you send those people to Congress, and they're not a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. We will have to establish a Black American caucus. And this is how we would do it, by taking over these states and sending Black American representatives to Congress. Yep, Miss Angie.
Oh, thank you for your response. I appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. Did you want to say anything else?
Oh, no. I was waiting for someone else to speak.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, actually, I got something to say, unless there's someone with their hands up. Okay, what I'd like to say is I was in a room, a space yesterday, and they were talking about like should Black Americans call ICE on illegal immigrants. And some people say, yeah, they'll do it. Some people say, no, that's snitching. And look, in the Black American homeland, right? When Black Americans take supermajority of these states, right? Now we will become obligated to that state. We'll be responsible for that state, and we'll have ownership of that state. So that means that Black Americans, right, we have to look after our own interests, right? If we see illegals in our state, right, then it will be the duty of a Black American citizen to call their local authority on that illegal alien. Now, I'm gonna be a little bit discriminatory. I probably won't call the local Black official on a illegal Jamaican or a Haitian or a Bahamian or anything like that, because look, those people, they're more likely to marry Black Americans, even as some Africans are more likely to marry Black Americans. So I wouldn't call local authorities on these on Black illegals, but I'll say, hey, look, what are you doing? What are you doing here? What is your goal? What is your agenda? And if they say, hey, look, I just want to work, I'm here, I want to contribute to the Black American homeland, wherever, then I say, okay, man, try to get yourself legal. You got to get yourself legal in our state. No, we can't have you illegal. You have to be legal in that state. But look, anyone outside of that, a person from El Salvador or Nicaragua or Mexico, hey, look, man, they out of our state. We're not gonna have illegal Mexicans in our state, or illegal Chinese or Japanese or Korean. We're not gonna have those people. Are not gonna live in our state illegally.
Personally, I don't care if you're Jamaican or Haitian. If you're illegal, you're illegal. And I'll call ICE. I don't care. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're still my enemy. What country can an immigrant, I can't go to Kenya, or I can't go to any place on a continent and become a politician. What country can you do that? I mean,
that's true. That's true.
And that's the problem. We yell white supremacy. There's immigrant supremacy. Immigrants that come over here, politicized in opposition specifically to my lineage. And just because you look like me does not mean you're my brother, my sister, or my friend. If you're not of my lineage, I personally don't give a damn. And I will call ICE.
Look, I traveled to 30.
Yeah. I got to agree with that, because here's the thing, man. We're getting all this information that's telling us over and over again that it's not just the Mexicans, not just the Asians. The Black immigrants have a negative effect on Black Americans in this country the same way. It's across the board. So it's for me, and for the way I would advocate for the policing to occur in the state. If they're an illegal, detain them and get them to ICE as quickly as possible. Get them out of the state. Like, you got governors talking about sending, from Texas and Florida, they talking about sending immigrants to DC. Some were saying they were going to send them to Delaware. I'm much more supportive of that, to get them out of our state, and wherever they go from there is really up to them and the federal government and these other states. But in terms of protecting our Black citizens, that's gotta be the number one priority, and the citizens won't buy into it unless it's across the board and they know and they have confidence that when they pick up the phone to call whatever agency that they're going to call, that this person is going to be dealt with across the board. So that's extremely important for the citizens to buy into it and to understand that this is how the society works.
I agree.
So, man, I see we got some new faces in the room. We have started the discussion tonight about stopping voting for Democrats, and that includes Republicans. It includes all these different white-run political parties. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, we need to establish our own Black American American political party at the state level. And when you establish a party at the state level, you can run in local, county, and state elections. You don't need a national party, starting out, because we're not running for a national elections. To be honest, you can still run the federal senators and Delaware. There's one U.S. rep. You can still run those under a state-based party. So that's how it starts. It really starts in one state. Everything starts with one person, one idea, and then it sort of grows from there. You get a group, and then you basically develop like an army. I'll call it a political army, and then it sort of grows and grows and grows, and so this is how a political party has to develop as well. Matter of fact, a few weeks ago, I posted how the Republican Party got started, and I believe it was in a very small little house or school in the state of Wisconsin, I believe, and it was just like 4 or 5, white guys, of course. But that's how they started, just with some ideas, because I think before them there was a party called the Whig Party or something like that had been around for a few decades before the Republican Party was born. So this is how it starts. You start off small, you build, you get the smallest local election that you can get, and oftentimes those small elections, it might be 1,000 people that vote. I just looked at a state senator race in South Carolina where it essentially was 15,000 votes. The incumbent won with just 10,000 votes, and the challenger had roughly 5,000 votes, and this was in a district that had 95,000 voters. So oftentimes in a lot of these smaller races, it only takes a few thousand people to win these elections, and so that's how we would start winning these smaller elections, building up the party, building up wins, and essentially taking over these lower levels of governance in a county, and then working our way up to the larger cities and towns, taking over the county, duplicating that process in the larger county, and then taking over the entire state. That's just the process. That's the way it works. It cannot be done under the Democrat Party because they are the rulers of the party. They determine who wins their elections. Like quite clearly, the Democrat Party determines who wins their primary elections. That is facts, and there is really no denying it. Unless you got $10, $20 million of your own money that you can spend out of pocket, it's going to be very difficult to beat the person that they've already pre-chosen. And that's just the way the system is set up. And that's why we got to stop voting Democrat, because we've been voting Democrat for at least 60 plus years, in percentages that are in the upper 80s, and we've had historical upper 90s recently, in the 2000s. And so we got to get off that donkey. We got to do something radically different so that we can have a different future in this country. And if we don't do anything different, we're not going to have the same future. We're going to have a much, much, much worse future. I've been posting these Mexican cartels, the level of violence across this country and in their country for the past week. And I can only give a fair warning. I hope everybody takes the time to look into what happens in Mexico. Oftentimes, they're just mass graves of people who are beheaded. They dip people in acid. They rip people's skin off down there. It is an extremely violent culture on a level that we are not used to at all, not even close. And we do not want that to effectively take over this country. The Democrats have seen to been bought out by these Hispanics, these Mexicans, and so they believe their path to future success is essentially by making these Mexicans, their future voters. We have got to get regional. We have got to get state-based. We have got to establish Black American political parties. And we have got to just simply make the Democrat Party irrelevant, make the Republican Party irrelevant, and focus in on state-based political power. That is our avenue. And that actually will increase our power in gaining reparations over time, because we'll have real loyal representatives going to Congress who actually represent our needs, who will negotiate on our behalf for the debt that is owed, which we know and understand. As Angie talked about it, a lot of the people leading that reparations are not even native-born Black Americans, to be perfectly honest. A lot of them are outsiders. And so, like everything else, they're going to look out for themselves before they look out for us. So, this is just what we advocate for. And our focus tends to be on Delaware. Because again, when you say just move to the South, we had a person in here earlier asking very intelligent questions. I've heard them a lot. They start asking about this state and that state and this state and that state, and then it becomes really paralysis of analysis. We start asking too many questions, and unfortunately, you don't have an advocate for that individual state that knows how that state operates, that really, really fundamentally understands that state to be able to answer those questions, in a satisfactory manner. That's why we focused on Delaware, because we know it's just quick. It can happen in a year. I believe it was Florida, and then I believe Texas got over 600,000 people to move to each of those states during, it was either 2020 or 2021, and it may have been both. And so 300,000, 400,000 people move into a state in 1 year is not only possible, it's already happening across this country. And that's every year. There's one of these large moving companies, they do this list every year where they show the places where people are migrating to. The U.S. Census actually tracks internal migrations in this country as well. So, us taking over Delaware is really a no-brainer. And then we'd focus on South Carolina, or Mississippi, or Arkansas, or Louisiana, whatever state that we had an advocate and someone who was really passionate about it and who really, really wanted to see their state become a Black majority state. After we get one, then we get two, then we get three, then we get four. Now we are a real Black American political force in this country. Now we're not protesting, we're not marching, we're not influencing people. We are the people. We have the authority. We have the power. Our representatives actually come from us. They represent us. The young man who was in the room earlier talking about, not electing wealthy individuals, famous individuals. I mean, he was right. He was 100% right. It should be grassroots candidates. It should be people who, come from a working class life, and people who we trust and we know, and who know and trust us, and we understand how each other think, and who have to come home. They actually have to come home to the state where they have majority Black citizens. So it's just going to change the dynamics completely. All the infiltration and COINTELPRO and everything they did in the 60s and everything they did in the 1860s. Yeah, they're that's what they do. they are going to try the things that they have tried in the past. They topple governments all over the planet. The difference is in the U.S., the states, we have protection from the federal government. It's written into the Constitution. The president really can't mingle in state business. Being a foreign nation, there's no rules. To be perfectly honest, they can do essentially whatever they want to do. But in the country, they are limited. If they are caught, and we will be vigilant, then it becomes a real problem. And it doesn't just become a problem for us, because anything they do to us affects every other state. So we are protected in this union of states. We are protected because of the way the country is set up. And then the Supreme Court has to follow the way the country is set up. Ultimately, we govern constitutionally. We remain U.S. citizens, of course, and we vote for our Black political party. That's really, what we need to be doing today. I always say I wish that in the 60s and 70s, especially after, all the sacrifices that were made, that the Black Panthers or the Republic of New Africa really had this information in the way that we have it today, to understand it how we understand it today. And maybe there would already be one or two Black majority states, because they tried. They really tried. We don't get this education, but those Black men and women, for that matter, really, really, really tried. And some sacrificed their lives trying to make this happen. So it's up to us. We can make it happen. It's really not as dangerous today, because we all have the information. We all can get up to speed. We all can understand what we have to do and how it has to operate. And we just got to be vigilant. We got to, keep out the infiltrators, if you will, and just understand, just learn from our history. I want to highlight this because, they've been talking about the student loan debt for, it feels like ever. It really feels like it's been forever. It's like 2 years. They've been focusing in on this student loan debt. Black women are the face of it, blah, 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 blah. The problem with this, when I really looked into it, like, Black women are a very small percentage of the student loan debt in this country. I hate to tell people this, and I don't know why the Democrats are making this a Black woman issue, because the overwhelming majority of student loan debt is in the hands of white Americans. This is a wealth transfer to white Americans, period. It's going to increase the wealth gap for Black Americans with student loan debt. Like, I just don't understand how they could take something like this. They put up a bunch of percentages, and it just is distracting and distorting the information. We got to stop voting for these people. They are as deceptive as it gets. Like, there is no level of deception higher than these people. At least we know the Republicans are racist. At least we understand who they are, what they are. These Democrats, they want nothing good for us. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I've been studying these people for the past 4 years. I am telling you, these people are evil. They are pure evil. Lavelle, you're up. Yep, you can speak. You got it. Okay, Lavelle, you up? You ready? You got a mic. No, maybe not. Okay. I was ready to take a break. That's just emotional, man. When I think about that, I try not to think about it like that as much as possible because it really upsets me. Like it really gets my blood boiling, man.
Well, I wanted to make a point in regards to what you said about Black women being used as the face of student loan debts. If anyone recalled that Camilla Harris video where she actually laughed and said that she wasn't going to do anything for Black people that won't uplift all of America. This right here is the same thing that we've been seeing from other immigrant groups. They utilize our problems, our struggles, how this country has actually used us as an anchor to uplift everyone, and we are always stuck right in the same spot. They did it with civil rights, where white women benefited. They did it again with civil rights when it comes down to gay, lesbian, and transgender communities. They're constantly and persistently using our struggles, the trauma that we've endured in this nation. And when it comes down to our economic issues that this country has systematically put us in, again, we're being used again as anchor for immigrants as well as for elite rich people. So, yeah, and this country persistently does it.
I have one point that I have to make when it comes down to the politics. Yeah, we already know that the Republicans are fucking racist, but at the same time, like, we still not, like, we need a conduit, you know what I'm saying? Like a conduit to pretty much, like a snake, to pretty much push into political power. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we need a conduit.
System? A system?
No, not a system. I said a conduit. We need a snake in the grass. Somebody that's already there that'll actually be useful and help us. See, the thing is, they elected Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris is not, she should not be in office. Y'all could tell just by the way that, like, the way she carries herself on international trips. You get what I'm saying? Laughing about the Ukraine crisis and all this here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we as a people, we need to actually have somebody that's actually going to speak up for us. You know what I mean? Because we have nobody that will. Everybody, like, all our people are afraid because every time one of our people speak up for our community, they get killed, which is not a lie. That's a fact. History already proves it.
Hey, Lavelle, that's why an individual doesn't work. A system, we need a system. And the state is the system. The state gives us all the power, all the state institution, all the critical infrastructure that we need. We can make laws through the state. An individual cannot make laws. An individual can't take care of 45 million Black Americans. It has to be a system. And the state is that system, even though we need more than one state.
All right. You got that.
Yes, so Black people have more protections politically under Republicans. And this is just the stark reality of our existence in this country. Black Americans in the North, like, we feel like, again, if you're not politically minded, it's like, man, we're just free, ooh, free, ooh. And then you go down south and it's like, man, Black people actually got positions of authority. They own houses, they own businesses, they own construction companies, they own trucking companies. None of that's happening in the North, like, at all. And if it is, it's extremely rare. Black people in the North are barely holding on, living paycheck to paycheck. There is no system to put us in positions of authority anywhere up here. We are as captive as can possibly be. And yet, we just sit along and go along and don't want to do what is required to change it. And we have to do what's required to change it. And it's not voting for the Democrats. That's one thing I will bet my life on. Voting for the Democrats will never change Black American existence in this country, ever. It hasn't done it in 60 plus years. You could give them another 600 years. I guarantee you it will never change how we live in this country. I wrote in my book, we may end up in shackles. Like, and that may sound insane today. But if you look at the future and you look at these predictions and you can imagine all of the evil that they are capable of, I promise you, it's not as far-fetched as it sounds. It really isn't. Look at Ukraine. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Iraq. Look at any of these countries that they went in militarily and decimated the population. Like, we got to get some real authority. And we have Black American Homeland. We had state power in here talking about Black governors and Black state militias. Like there are National Guard troops, and then there are actual state military apparatus that are under the direct control of the governor. Like, we gotta get real serious about our future in this country, in this place, on this planet, for that matter. Because we're not winning at all. I mean, we Dr. Claude Anderson talked about how it's a race, and we've been losing the race, and the future is even bleaker than it's been. He's been saying that, I guess, for several decades now. It's all facts. It's just a brutal reality, and we just got to wake up to it. We got to just accept it. That's
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Let's talk about some of the institution that the state has. Let's talk about state institution. Okay, one state institution that has a lot of negative what word I'm looking for, negative influence on Black Americans is the state court. The state court sends more Black American men to prison than the federal courts. The state most Black Americans when they go to prison, they go to prison under the state court. Therefore, in a Black American majority state, if we have Black judges and we control the state Supreme Court and the state court and the local courts, then a Black American judge would look at a Black criminal and say, hey, you know what? You remind me of my nephew, or you remind me of my son. And look, you know what? I'm going to give you one more chance. But if you mess up this last chance, I'm going to put you in prison. But for now, I'm going to give you 2 or 3 months probation. But when a white judge see that same person, a white judge say, hey, you know what? you're going to go to prison for 12 years, 15 years. That's the difference between a court that is controlled by Black Americans and a court that's controlled by white people. I believe that a Black a court controlled by Black Americans would be more. What's that word I'm looking for? Would be more. Would have more of a positive outlook on the Black population.
Yeah, be more lenient, and in reverse, this is exactly how white society operates. I mean, this is why you have a Black defendant and a white defendant, and they do essentially the same crime, but the Black defendant gets multiple years and the white defendant gets probation and goes home. This is how they've always operated. There's no question about that. So yeah, I agree. It would be a much more humane society for Black Americans in terms of their interaction with the law enforcement, because you really want community policing. You really want a relationship with the people who are being paid to protect your community, which is something that we've never really experienced here. Wealthy Black people in this country may experience that, but the average Black American citizen has never experienced a relationship where, and here's what's so crazy. I've been reading stories about these social workers that are sort of embedded in the police forces across the country. We got one in a very small town here, which is a majority city. And the reports are that the citizens love it. They love it so much that instead of them going to the police, which they rarely do, they're actually requesting to talk and have time with the social workers, because they show empathy and understanding, and they're meeting them on their level, and they're not looking at them like they're just a bunch of criminals. And then you have some areas of the country where they don't like that. They tried it, they don't want that. They are trying to get rid of it because they don't want Black Americans to have a relationship with this law enforcement system. It's just it's disgusting. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, look, a Black majority state, right? We will have the police, the Black police officers will have relationship with the Black citizen. The Black police officer, they would live in our neighborhood. They will, they will shop at our grocery store. We'll see these people every single day. They would know our children. They will know what schools our kids go to, what church we go to. A Black the Black police department will have a real relationship with the Black American citizen. And yes, you're right, we don't have that. And it's the same about judges. You're right. A Black judge will live in a Black neighborhood. A Black judge will go to the same shopping malls and grocery stores as the Black citizen. We all have to work together. And I believe a Black judge working in a Black system will not try to damage or destroy a Black family. That's all I have to say.
No, I agree. I agree. It brings a level of compassion to our population that we just never have had and never experienced, and that is desperately needed in for us, because it already is in effect for them. It's always been in effect for them. We've never experienced that, so it is extremely important for us to have that as well. Right. There was something. Go ahead.
Well, I have another institution, right? State government, state and local government contracts, right? Now, a state like Mississippi that's 40% Black, I can't remember the numbers, but I think less than 5 or 6 or 8, definitely no more than 10% of Mississippi state and government contracts go to black-owned firms, right? But look, in a super majority black state, we're going to try to most state and local contracts, government contract, would go to black-owned corporations, black-owned firms, and black professionals. I mean, that's how we going to build wealth in a supermajority black state. I mean, it is so many. Look, the state controls the commerce of the state, right? The state make laws. It regulates business within the state. We're going to encourage black-owned black individuals and professionals to start their own corporation. But look, a supermajority white state, they make it hard for Black Americans to start a firm, to start their own corporation. They make it very difficult. They make it hard to get a liquor license. We're going to make it easy for Black Americans to get whatever state licenses they need. We're going to make sure that they get it, that they receive that license. We're not going to make it hard like in supermajority white states. That's going to be the big difference between a white supermajority white state and a supermajority black state. We're going to cater to our black citizens.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only we want to cater to the majority population, which will be black, of course. We know white flight will set in. I believe State Power mentioned that earlier. White flight will set in as we move in and start taking over these lower level elected positions. And definitely once we get, control over the larger towns, cities, and county, and by the time we take over the entire state, I expect at least a 10, maybe even a 25% reduction in the white population. They will not want to be under our rule. They will not want to live under black governance. That's just a fact. It's a reality. It happens over and over again. So we would effectively be reverse gentrifying each of these states for our political advantage, and that's what we have to do. that's just what we have to do. Everything Black American Homeland said is accurate when it comes to these institutions that we often have been in a position where we can only complain about it. We could point out all of the deficiencies, all of the defects, but we can't really change it. And the Democrat Party is not going to change it. Again, they've had 60 years, 6 decades, and over that time, they've been the president at least half of that time, if not a few more years than half. They've had majorities in the Congress, in the House, in the Senate, so they've had the ability to do it. They just will not do it. They will not do it. Like, that's the thing. If you don't take anything away from this room, this space tonight, is just understand, can they do it? Yes, they could do it. They will not do it. They absolutely will not do it. Never, ever, ever, ever. It is crumbs, crumbs, crumbs. That's it. You got the state of California where there's a reparations task force, and they got numbers on the table. Everybody's aware of it, and they're talking about this $68 billion surplus that the state has. And simple math, you say, okay, 68 billion divided by 2 million Native Black Americans, that comes out to about $34,000 a piece. It's simple. Write the check. the money's sitting there. Yeah, the study's going on. We're going to get there, but write this check as a down payment today. No hesitation. They will not do it. They just will not do it. Everything has to be you have to force them to do anything that is beneficial to a single Black American, let alone a large group of Black Americans. They just won't do it. They could do it. If it was another group, they'd be writing those checks before the end of the week. I mean, we just gotta be honest about the situation that we're in. And yes, we can complain about it, but we should only complain if that's going to motivate us to actually do something about it. Because just complaining and complaining and complaining, it just ain't getting. It's like, I mean, I really believe they not only do they not care, it's kind of comforting to them to hear us complaining. I think if we got really, really silent all of a sudden, they might start getting nervous. Especially if we had a mass exodus from the Democrat, the registered Democrat voters. They would get real nervous. They start seeing these Black majority states popping up. They gonna be sweating bullets, guaranteed. That's the only way to change Black America. That's the only way. They only respect power. They only respect action. We can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, and it's never going to change anything. Sadly, unfortunately, that's the reality. So, yeah, that's $60 billion. They could write those checks today. They could be deposited within a week.
Allow me to interject. I'm gonna just say, however you write. You are correct, but the thing is, when it comes down to it, what you gotta understand is the Democrats use our own race against us, and they've been doing it for years. Hello?
Yeah. Well, this is where we have to understand that if a Black person runs as a Democrat and they are embraced by the Democrat Party, they no longer are of us. They no longer represent us. They no longer we have to come up with and I don't want to call them names necessarily. Them being a part of the Congressional Black Caucus is enough for me. I know that the Congressional Black Caucus does not work for Black Americans. So just because they are Black or they look Black or whatever, they do not represent us. So if we're thinking and we understand that they do not represent us, then they can't be used against us because we already understand they don't represent us. Like, this is just a shift in the way that we think. So it, like, quite literally, if they were white, we would not look at them as if they were working against us because they're white. So just because they're Black, we have to understand they're Black, they're in the Democrat Party, they're a puppet of the Democrat Party. They do not work for our benefit. The only way we'll get people in the federal government who work for our benefit is quite literally by taking over these states and having majority Black populations and then electing our candidates who actually do represent us and who work for us and who work in a team-based structure for the Black American political party that we establish. That's the way it can work. That's the way it must work. Everything that's in existence today will never work for us. Like, it just does. It's not even designed to work for us. It is a mirage. Yes, they put a Black face in a high place, and then our natural inclination is to think, oh, that person looks like me. This whole representation thing. Oh, they look like me. They must be for me. That is duplicitous. It's so deceptive. It's like Transformers. You understand? Like, no, they. It's like the movie. What was the movie? Us, I believe, where they had their doppelgangers or whatever. Yeah, that's essentially what's going on in American politics. Just because they look like us means absolutely nothing.
Look, Gray. I do believe that when these black politicians, when they first go into office, right, they do go in with good intentions. However, over time, they learn that, look, they have to follow the agenda and the platform of the Democrat Party that is controlled by white people. They have to go by their agenda. They can't go by a black agenda. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing you learn when you go into office. And look, and if you say, "Hey, look, I disagree with this, the Democrat Party and your agenda and your platform. I'm going to do my own thing," and then the Democrat Party, they're going to kick you out, or they will never give you any platform. There, any of the committees, they'll kick you out of the committees. They will. What's that word when they keep you from speaking at any of the sanction or
censure?
Yeah, censure. Yeah, they'll censure you. There is so many things they can do to keep you in line. That's why it's very difficult for a black person that is a congressional elected official for him to do anything, because it's the system is against them.
Allow me to interject. Personally, I think that it goes deeper than that, because, all right, if y'all really notice, as one goes out, and you really got to pay attention to the way that they work with politics, common sense. Okay, Joe Biden was Barack Obama's vice president. Now, how the fuck is he running and wins? You get what I'm saying? That's because Barack Obama might be pulling the strings behind the scenes whole time, and they don't want nobody to know. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's the way that they work. They want you to think that the law, their law, is absolute, but that shit not absolute, bro. That shit is not absolute, because that's just a piece of paper. If we could get somebody in the government to abolish the Constitution, we could rewrite that motherfucker and make it our own.
Okay, now look, we can rewrite, a supermajority black state can rewrite the state constitution. If we have a supermajority of the state legislature, right, then we can rewrite the state constitution. However, to rewrite the U.S. Constitution, right, you need 3/4 of the vote of the 50 states to rewrite the U.S. to amend the U.S. Constitution. So that's going to be more difficult, but we definitely can change or amend the state constitution.
Yeah, we will change our state constitution. We're gonna codify Native Black American descendants of enslavement into our constitution as a protected class of citizen within our state. That's where that will start. For any future federal codification of our race as a protected class in this country. We don't need to, and actually, it would be somewhat detrimental for us to even allow them to change the U.S. Constitution, because the U.S. Constitution protects the states. It requires the federal government to protect the states. That is one of the functions of the federal government, unless they're doing something that's considered unconstitutional. So we want to work within the framework.
The U.S. government has always worked unconstitutionally when they go to other countries and kill people for no reason. Based on the Monroe Doctrine, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but based on the Monroe Doctrine, or whatever law it was, we're not supposed to have any business dealings across overseas anyway, regardless of whether that may be with Japan or Europe. We ain't supposed to deal with none of them, and y'all know that. That's in our Constitution.
The federal government is in their right to do anything in their power to make sure that the citizens and the corporation, what's that word, are given the most leverage outside the country. Look, the federal government is going to make sure that that all the corporations are have their best interests. That I'm sorry, I can't really think of the word. But look, the federal government is about their own interests, and if we need oil, if we need any kind of any other kind of commodities, right, we're gonna make sure we get it, and we don't care what country that we destroy. They're gonna get what they need for their own interests.
All right. So you think that is correct for them to destroy damn near all of Iraq just so that they can get their hands on oil?
It's not.
That's not ethical. We're killing off innocent people for their well-being. Fuck that.
You're right. You're right, man. You're right. That's true. But the thing is, we're in the real world.
Here's the thing. We have to focus on Black America first, second, third, last. Black America, Black America, Black America, Black America. I don't care what happens to people outside of Black America. Why? Like, quite honestly, what difference does it make to us happens or what they do in whatever part of the country? Unless you got family living there, please tell them to come home. I don't understand. I don't honestly do not care about what they do to some other foreign race in some other foreign country, because if we were living in those countries, guaranteed we'd be on the bottom of the society and they would be abusing the fuck out of our people. There is no question about that. So I don't care about those people. I don't know why we would waste any energy caring about those people. They don't care about us at all. They ain't losing no sleep over us. We gotta be really hyper super focused on us. Black America, that's it. Nobody else. What the federal government do, that's the federal government business. We gotta be focused on our state business. Like, really, really, truly. Take care of ourselves.
Point taken.
Okay, so stop voting Democrat. I don't know how many people are going to listen to that. We the more we push it out there, the better. You hope we can wake some people up. The older population that's been voting Democrat their whole life and their third generation, whatever. I saw a video of a mother. It was a mother, Black mother. She had her daughter in the front seat and her son in the back seat. And I think he was either like a high school senior or college age. And, and then they had the grandmother on the phone. So yeah, this is 3 generations. And they're like, oh yeah, who did you vote for? The mother's asking who did they vote for? I don't know if you've seen this, but the son in the back said, whatever he said, he didn't vote for the Democrat, ultimately is what ended up coming out of this conversation. The mother was hysterically upset because she was like, no, we were all supposed to vote Democrat. We're all supposed to vote Democrat. The daughter, she's a little younger. She finds it funny. But the mother, and then you could hear the grandmother on the phone, was emotionally upset because the son who's thinking for himself, who has critical thinking, decided that he wasn't going to just follow in this generational trauma of voting for Democrats. So it may end up being that there's one person out of the family who we can pull away from this. I mean, they call, different politics, they call this the plantation, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. It's like a prison. It's like a mental prison, an emotional prison, where we just keep voting to be put back into this prison every 2 years, every 4, whatever the case may be. And we got to break the chains of that as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. So yes, if we can just get one person out of each black family, out of each black household, and we can get 300,000 to 400,000 black Americans to move to Delaware, and we can take over that state, everything will change. Like, there's nothing in this country that affects black Americans that will not change. Everything will change. Everything. And especially because we didn't do it under one of these white parties. We did it as an independent black American political party. Everything changes. Regardless of what they try to do, whatever. I mean, they're going to try to do whatever. It is what it is. We got the system in place. We have the platform. We understand how it operates. We have success, and we just keep moving forward. That's really what we have to do. So, yeah, I would like to invite anybody who wants to come up and speak. We got a lot of people in the room still. I appreciate everybody for coming to the space. I really would like some questions, some dialogue. We can go back and forth a little bit. Hopefully you've taken something away from this space that is beneficial, that you can relate to other people online, in these spaces, in your personal life, whatever the case may be. They have this term, majority, minority. It's just the Rainbow Coalition made to sound a little bit fancier, made to sound a little bit more important. It just means that white people are going to be a lower percentage of the population, but it doesn't mean that they're not still going to be in power. Like white people have been the minority on the planet Earth their entire existence. They have no problem with conquering nations, lands as a minority group, and they have no problem with being in power as a minority group. So don't be deceived by these percentages and these little terms that are meant to like put you back to sleep. Like, we got to stay awake. We can't fall asleep because they come up with some little term that makes it look like, oh, all of a sudden, someone earlier said we're naturally returning to the South, and there's some truth to that. But that's they essentially said since the 1970s, when the second wave of the Great Migration ended, we started returning to the South. Like, so we've been returning to the South for 50 years. Like, what has that done? Like, what it's about to do, unfortunately, is to turn Georgia into a blue state. And that is a tragedy. That is a true tragedy. If they elect a Democrat as a governor, and they have these two Democratic senators, one who's a black pastor who's like full on board with killing black babies in the womb, it's just like, come on, man, that state is going to crumble and collapse. It's oh God, please don't let that happen. If you live in Georgia, please try to get out and just like try to do something to keep people home. Like, please don't let them turn that state into a blue state. Oh God. DJ Vidro, you're up.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, you're 100% correct about the North, because I'm from New York, and there's really not many black-owned businesses. You catch them like sprinkled around here and there. Like, it's mainly like everywhere else, and the politicians, it's if they are black, they tribalism. Like, they go for their own kind. There's no there's nothing that's put in place to help Black Americans out. So, because I'm thinking myself, like, because I got a house in Pennsylvania, but I'm really planning on like moving completely. I only stayed because it's better job economy, but since I've been doing my own work, I've been working. I quit my job because they were trying to get me the jab last like in December, and I was like, nah, I'm not jabbing. So I ended up quitting, and now I run my own little independent, business. So I'm really planning on getting out of New York, like this tri-state area, because there's really nothing here, and I could see, and I can see where you coming from with a lot of what you're saying, because I didn't vote. The last few years, I didn't vote. I'm not, and I'll argue with my grandmother because she's from the South. She's old school. She's from Georgia. My folks, I got lineage. My lineage is down in Georgia and in North Carolina over there in that area, but they still on that vote Democrat and down ballot, and I was like, nah. I was like, if it's no tangible, I'm not voting, because the Democrats, they catch you with all these keywords, these minorities, people of color, all these they play this like word salad with you to get you to vote, and then next thing you know, LGBT got all the money, or the white women, or the white Hispanics. You get what I'm saying? So I know the little games they playing, and listening to like spaces like yours and watching like the new Black media. I'm catching on, and I've been trying to educate my family and my people. Like, yo, listen, we doing the same thing. Let's stop making these mistakes. And it's like I gotta fight with them more to do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's like it takes a lot out of you. So that's why when I come into these spaces, I feel like I came into like a journey of people who kind of have the same mindset. It's like when I was out working and I'd be at my job, I'd be arguing, debating people down all day. And it's like I felt like I was alone. Like, damn, where's the people at that's on the board? A lot of people are rocked to sleep right now. So I'm just saying, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing what you do. I usually don't speak much. I speak, every now and again because I like to take in the information opposed to just speaking all the time. But I appreciate your space, and I'm gonna drop down. But I like I said, I plan on making a move. If it's something for empowerment, I'm 100% for it.
Man, thank you so much for coming up and speaking. We've been holding this space. We do it every Saturday. It's gotta be. We gotta be on our third month now. I just started recording them and posting them on our YouTube channel, and so we probably lost about a month's worth of them because I like nobody really knew. I didn't realize these spaces get deleted after 30 days, really. So they are there for those who want to come back and basically listen from the top or whatever the case may be. But we have so many people who come into the space, especially in the New York, North New Jersey area, who express exactly what you express, like almost identical. So we know that is a really good target area for us to try to get the people who are willing and able to move. And like you said, man, look, these people wanted to stick me with whatever, and I was like, nope, I'm not having it. I'm gonna go out and do my own thing. I'm self-motivated. Like that's really what the first wave, retirees, people who can be remote work from home, people in the medical industry, people who can come into Delaware and get a job before they even land. They already got a job set up. They got a place set up. They're just self-motivated, ready to go, hit the ground running. That's what we need more than anything. And we just hear this story repeated over and over and over and over and over again. It's encouraging for what our goal is, that we know we can find the people that we need. But on the other hand, of course, it's depressing because this is what's happening all over the country for Black Americans. Nobody else in this country is experiencing this trauma. Like, we're the only population in the country that's experiencing this trauma right now. I like, just even off the top of my head, there's no other. They're all here. This the America's the great, blah blah blah, the American dream, blah 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 blah, working towards their goals, whatever the case may be. And we are the people who built the country, our ancestors' blood, sweat, tears, 400 plus years, everything. Really, to be perfectly honest, I heard this said in the space and I have to agree with it. We should be at the top of the society. Like, there's no reason why we are not at the top of society, except the Democrat Party, the Republican Party, the Libertarian Party, the Green, whatever white party there is. If they're in control of it, it's poison for us. Absolute poison. And so the most radical thing after we remove the Democrat registration from our voting roll or whatever, our voting record, is to concentrate and build these individual, independent Black political parties within these states, and really move to set up a situation where even at the state level, when there's some mandatory whatever, blah blah blah, like there were states all over. The matter of fact, because we were all under it. I wrote a letter. I got whatever they called it. I got excused from it because of this letter that I was able to write. But however, it was like 14 governors that were against it, and they were all Republican governors. Like, that's so when I say Black Americans tend to have more protection under these Republican governors, it's just the reality of the situation. Like, they're trying to dismantle abortion, and it's all in these Republican states. Like, so I just think we spend too much time either voting as a tradition because we've done it and we just do the same thing over and over again. That's one thing. Or we vote because of the optics, which you express both of them perfectly, where it's just like, oh, the lesser of two evils. Oh, vote blue or no matter who, vote or die, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's all these slogans, empty slogans. They sloganeer us to death. And they got people twerking, like what the fuck was that? Like, I'm like, quite literally, what the fuck was that? When we look back at the history of politics in this country, that was one of the most disrespectful moments in the history of this country. And it was the Democrat Party. You had no Black women twerking at Republican Party functions that I'm aware of. Like, it's just ridiculous. And so, oh God. Yeah. I'd like to invite anybody else to come up and speak. Black American Homeland. We got State Power back in the building. I did put your information up there. Let me talk about that since he's in the room now. So he sent me a graphic, and it from, I don't know what state this is. It looks like it's a small area because of the vote tallies are relatively small. And this might even be like a county vote, but it essentially is showing how these different parties, and they're the Republicans, the Democrats, the Libertarian, and that looks like the Green Party, how their vote tallies had grown. It looked like the Democrats dropped a little bit, but the Libertarian Party and the Green Party had saw an increase in votes of 700%, 750%, and then nearly 900% over this 8-year time period for these are presidential elections. So, and I believe he sent that to just show me essentially that, a small party, and we know and understand it's a small party. It started small. Like I said, the Republican Party started in this little 4-room, with 4 walls. I don't even think it had other rooms. I think it was just 4 walls. This little white building, looked like an old schoolhouse or something. 4 or 5 people, maybe 10, and they just said, we're going to start this party. It was, and their initial mission was abolitionist. They were this abolitionist party. They got away from the Whig Party, and they established this thing. They had a convention in the city of Pittsburgh, which is amazing history. And then it just became this national thing where they just took over. That particular wing of political ideology. So we can do the same thing for ourselves. There's nothing stopping us but us. We got DJ Sedge 1, and so you're up.
He's Black DJ Seg 1 right here. Hey, could you speak on sanctuary cities and if they are legal for whatever mayor, governor, senator of the state to just say, okay, we're just going to be a sanctuary city? Because I'm over here in Jersey too, and at the same time, they're double kicking us in the ass right now over here. It started with Ras Baraka in Newark. Look this joker up. He's not for black people, and his father was like a revolutionary here in the bricks, yo. And for him to be doing what he's doing to our people, he need his ass whooped, but that's another fucking story. You know what I'm saying? Governor Murphy, he followed up by making the state a sanctuary state. And the moment he did that shit is when it's like the dam busted, bro, and just flooded the hood, bro. It's like, and our peoples are getting gentrified out of the bricks. I know y'all see these stories of people like Queen Latifah and Shaq. Yeah, they from Newark and all that, and they buying up some property, yada, yada, yada. But they not making it economically sound as far as affordable housing or whatever the case be. They landlords and business people in their own right. So we come from a capitalist society. We know that. So they not here to help us either. A lot of these superstars that are black, can't depend on them. Can't depend on a lot of these politicians that's coming into office. You can't even depend on a lot of the young black American that's trying to get in a councilman office. They come up and run up on me because they know I'm out here networking with the people with the music. So they know I know people. Hey, yo, hand these flyers out. Hey, what's your reparations plan? Oh, I got one. All right, well, show it to me. And it'd be crickets right after that, bro. I got the screenshots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, don't vote for Oakley if you out in New Jersey. Don't vote for Oakley. I guess Iman Oakley, whatever the person name is. And there's a lot of people out here like that. And then the other argument would make your argument so great, Black, about just getting the fuck up and, excuse my French, and just rolling, bro. Back down to the South. That's where our people started at. Yeah, I understand the history in New Jersey where it's hard for me to leave. I'm like second, third generation here. Where my grandfather went down to Georgia and picked my grandmother up and brought her up here. So and if you do the history of New Jersey, it's a lot of the textile mills are still up here from the 1800s. They just, like I said, people like Shaq and them, they buying these buildings up and just converting them over to new modern day stuff. That but it ain't for us though. You know what I'm saying? They gentrifying us out of here. They caping for these immigrants. A lot of these black politicians, like the Black Caucus, you see that? We ain't got no friends here. So it's like, again, just stay focused to speak on the sanctuary city thing, bro.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned Queen Latifah because I saw that that news clip and I wanted to post about it, and I've been back and forth so much I didn't get around to it. But in my book, as you state, black celebrities, they do like these things where Oprah Winfrey, she built a school in some African country, right? Queen Latifah, I guess they broke ground on some apartment complex or something like that. And this happens a lot across the country. The people who are in a position, they have the money, they can do these things, but these things are not really necessarily to benefit Black Americans. The way I look at them, and this is just from a psychological point of view, they're like statues to themselves. It is an ego stroking event, right? You get big publicity, your name somewhere, whatever. You got the shovel. It's this whole rigmarole, right? And it's something you can point to, again, like a statue, to show how great you are as an individual. And so that's how I see those things. When I saw it, I was thinking, man, if she would have did that in Delaware, and she got 100 of her celebrity friends who are in the same position to do the same thing, we could all be working together politically to make something actually happen for Black America. But I just deep down in my soul, I just see them as like this ego. I'm gonna build a monument to myself, and so it's unfortunate. It's so crazy because they work together to put movies together or do these little projects that they got, whatever it is. God bless them. White society plucked them from, our ranks and said, hey, here, you're going to be the example. So when they complain, I can point to you and say, if they did it, you can do it. If they did it, why can't you do it? That type of thing. So, yeah, man. And on the sanctuary cities, the last two things I posted in the Jumbotron are actually both about sanctuary cities across the country. The one was from Robin Grant, and it's a map of the U.S., and it shows the counties and the cities and the states where they are considered sanctuary locations. And I mean, these are big squares. It looks like the whole country is, but it's not as dramatic as this makes it look. But there are enough. There's got to be. I mean, just looking at it, at least 100 of these squares on this map. So that tells you a lot just by looking at that. And then the other one, which is a little more clear, is it was a conversation about Stacey Abrams taking over Georgia, and the conversation was that the person was in fear, and it's actually a credible fear, that they're going to remove the protections that exist in the state of Georgia to keep out illegals from working and existing in the society. So if you look at that map, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, they all have, all or most employers are required to do e-verify. And this is what the person was concerned about, the fact that she would get rid of this e-verify, which really effectively is set up to keep them from getting jobs and competing with American workers in these particular areas. So anywhere a Democrat ends up and lands, yes, you are absolutely right. The first thing they're going to do is get rid of the protections for Black American citizens. And they're going to open up the floodgates, just as you stated, for every immigrant group on the planet. And that's who they are. That's their platform. It's not going to change. We can't fix it from the inside. This is the other thing that we, I could see coming out of the 60s feeling like, okay, man, we got them on the ropes a little bit. We making progress a little bit into the 70s, thinking, okay, we can fix it from the inside. All we got to do is get in these positions and we'll start fixing it and changing it. But what has changed in the 60 plus years where we've been inside of the Democrat Party? Nothing. And again, if anything, it's only gotten worse because now what did they do? They put LGBTQs in front of us. Like they find a group, they quite literally find a group every 5 years to a decade to put in front of us. That's what they do. They keep pushing us further and further and further back. Now all of it's intentional. None of it's a mistake. It's not that they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. State power.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate what you just said. So I wanted to answer DJ's question, or speak to DJ's question about whether or not sanctuary cities are legal or constitutional. And from my opinion, and somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know too many sanctuary cities that sit in red states. Most of sanctuary cities, they sit in blue states. And so I don't think that sanctuaries, I think that sanctuary cities are only, they're only allowed to exist because of the state. The state allows them to exist. If they didn't allow them to exist, then it wouldn't be a thing. Because in the United States, states hold the power. And so I just kind of wanted to put that out there. But I don't know a red state that has sanctuary cities. And so if we had a black majority state, we're not really going to allow that. We're not going to allow sanctuary cities because it's not advantageous to what we want to do. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
I totally agree.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. And there has been some court cases that involved sanctuary cities. Off the top of my head, I can't cite them. I'd have to do a search, but please do a search on any court case involving a sanctuary city. But you're right. It happens under Democrat rule because that's a part of their platform. The Republicans are totally against it, so they put in as many protections as they can. But here's the thing: whatever protections you put in, they have to be declared as constitutional. So the federal government, the Supreme Court, they do play a role in that, in as much as it has to still pass constitutional muster. So whether it's unconstitutional or not is really going to be dependent on federal law, because my understanding is this: when it comes to,
I was just going to say that, I understand the state thing because we had that conversation on the phone, and thanks State Power for that. But as far as it really being illegal from a federal perspective, that's, I should have classified and specified rather.
Yeah, because the federal government is really in the position of authority when it comes to these foreign individuals. And that's why, so for instance, a state can't deport an illegal person. You can destate them. In other words, like the Florida governor and the Texas governor who's talking about driving them out of their state into DC or Delaware, whatever. You can do that. You can put them on a bus, round them up, and get them out of your state, but you can't get them out of the country. So that's probably where the line is at.
True. So
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, please go for it.
No, I was just going to say, so like, I guess, everything that we know now, as black folks in America, and we see what's going on, what's the real solution? Because, after the constant argument about, is we calling police on immigrants and all this now, and then we arguing back and forth and all this other shit, we need to focus on us. Like you said, it need to be, just a straight pull of just focusing on us. You know what I mean? So, the conversation back on the phone we had, how can we get our agenda out to our people? Because, like you said, like people speaking in the chat, I'm trying to change the minds of my elders and my cousins and them. They don't want to listen for nothing, man. And it's like they don't even care. They just like, our people are sleep sheep right now. You know what I mean? It's just like in a zombie wave, you know what I mean? And it's like nobody even care, man. You know what I mean? So I always go back to the analogy, I guess, like you said, if you take one person out of the household and just force them to move to Delaware or another small state like Jersey here, because, we're still here in the tri-state Philly area, you know what I mean, Delaware area. I think a lot of our people immigrate with an E, by the way, back and forth, because I know Jersey and Maryland, Baltimore area, I know we got family that always up and down I-95, you know what I mean? And I understand the plan and the agenda is just to go straight back to the South. Ain't no argument on that, because I still got fam down in Georgia, North Carolina, all, the Cadillacs, whatever, you know what I mean? Florida and all that other stuff, and of course, Louisiana, Mississippi, all that, you know what I mean? So I could land wherever I need to land, and now also West Coast, Midwest, and that was my other argument about the Charles Blow thing, but you corrected me on it. But, what happens when we may have to go to the West Coast? Should we take over the sanctuary? Should we take over the cities that are already black, or still holding on, I guess? You know what I mean?
Okay, man, I'm trying to remember everything you talked about. The Black South strategy. Can you mute your mic? If you can hear me, can you mute your mic? Let me drop him so I can mute him. Okay, that's a little bit better. Okay, so we should not move to the West Coast. The West Coast is already inundated with Mexicans. They already have a state majority in the state of New Mexico. Every other state, they're like 40%, 30%, whatever. It's not going to be long before they control everything west of Texas, including Texas, in the southwestern United States. So we absolutely don't want to go there. The southeast United States, except for Florida, because Florida is too large, it has too much population for us to take over the state of Florida. But up here in the northeast, Maryland and Delaware, which again are on the Mason-Dixon line, I think Maryland is actually technically underneath the line, and then Delaware is kind of on the line, but they are as north as we get in terms of states where we can develop a black majority. So we can develop a black majority in Delaware with 300 to 400, maybe 500,000 black citizens, voters. Maryland is somewhere like 2.5 million, so it's a little bit more. It's much more significant population, but both of those states can become black majority states. So if you live in the Northeast, first we would want you to move to Delaware, because we can establish that state within a year. So what happens is the elections happen every 2 years or whatever cycle they're on, and we would start voting our people into these lower elections as we increase our population, and then hopefully within 1 or 2 or even 3 elections, we would have significant countywide, Black American political party candidates in positions of authority. And then, within maybe another 1 or 2, we can move to take over the state. Something that could happen in a very short period of time. Is just really based on how quickly people move. And we're trying to spend this whole year holding these spaces to give people information, so we can build up this swell of information and people who know about it, who are ready to do it, who can all move, within a short period of time. And that means housing prices may increase, rents may increase. There's limited housing. Married Black Parents talks about building housing, so we would need to start coordinating with contractors, black investors, like even a Queen Latifah for that matter, because we got, once we get on the radar, we will start to see some people who haven't always been on our team sort of want to get involved. That's something that we truly believe. Just like white flight will take place, we truly believe as we start to gain traction, like most things, people want to jump on the bandwagon. So we do believe we'll have some investment from our people, whether they're in sports, entertainment, whatever the case may be, who want to partner with us and make this happen. So I hope that answers that part of it. The West Coast is out. Midwest really is out. We don't want to be in a landlocked state. We want to have access to the ocean, for so many beneficial reasons. There's power generation, there's mineral, there's fishing, there's global trade. There's even just the fact of flying a plane out of the United States. If you have to do that over the entire United States. Let's say you're in Wyoming or something like that, and then you have to cross all of these state lines. If there ever was an issue where we did not want to go into the interior of the country for whatever reason, politically or defensively or whatever the case may be, we'd want to have access to the rest of the world. That's extremely important. So everything we do, we want to be thinking strategically. We want to be planning for every possible contingency that may come up, good or bad, and just thinking it through. But yeah, Charles Blow, he wrote a really good book. It's very entertaining. It has a lot of interesting information. He paints a really good theme. But earlier in the group, earlier in the space, we want to get away from just saying move to the South because, we had someone in the space and she started asking questions about this state and that state and this state and what do you do because this state is negative, just like sort of negative, chipping away at certain states and whatever. They're all good states. I mean, to be quite honest, any American state is better than almost every country on the planet. And I don't say that to brag or to boast or to try to oversell it. Like, most of the planet is in dire straits. Like, dire straits. There are a few countries that, can survive an economic collapse or some type of major natural disaster or whatever, but most of them can't, like, to be quite honest. So even the worst state in America is better than most countries on the planet. And that's just being honest. So, yeah, we want to focus on the southeastern United States and in the states where we can become a majority. DJ Sedge one.
For sure, I understand everything. Appreciate that too. So I guess the next question is back to what we spoke about before on the phone. Is like, my whole objective is how can we get the word out? Because I'm a promoter, DJ. I'm all about letting somebody know, yo, I got this, bro. Or fan, what's good? You know what I mean? Hey, mama, hey, look, this is what I'm doing. I got some new music for you. You know what I mean? So that's my objective. I got my own infrastructure. I wasn't sure who was speaking about. How we going to make sure all Black folks, have businesses, make sure, I understood what whoever was talking before about the liquor license. Man, it's been very hard to obtain like a liquor license here in New Jersey because not only, because Jersey pretty much made too many licenses. That was the situation. But they also made it hard to even obtain it because they force you now to buy the property with the license. So you don't move around with the license. They don't allow you to move around with the license anymore. It has to stay with the property. So you might not want to buy a license somewhere in a white neighborhood versus a Black. So it's like, those type of, businesses are like pretty much obsolete for us. So like I said, my whole objective is how can we get our word out? How can we compile this information that we, constantly getting on the daily to bring it to our peoples and to reiterate that. Remember when I said, only half the planet is online, Spotify, Twitter, Facebook, whatever, you know what I mean? The other half is in the street, you know what I mean? The average Black person, either one or two things. They ain't got a cell phone, definitely not a smartphone. Most of our people still rock a flip phone, especially our OGs. So they definitely ain't clicking on nothing, you know what I'm saying, to listen to anything. So we got to get the paper, go back to the OG print system, you know what I mean? And I got infrastructure for that. And I know a lot of other brothers in the space got that type of infrastructure too. So for those that's listening, we need to start coming together to compile our talents and skills and infrastructure, little bit that we do have, you know what I mean? And try to put that back out into the street because we be in a race, man. It ain't no argument on that. And then, there's other people that speak on the music business side of this. I know, we all music lovers in here. The music industry since the dawn of the phonograph, Black musicians has been getting ostracized. We see that the blackface thing in the early heyday Hollywood. We never had an opportunity, and now you get these, other Black immigrants coming in from the diaspora, taking over roles, playing Martin Luther King. You know what I mean? All our iconic, ancestors. You know what I mean? that a black person here should be playing, and it ain't right. So Samuel L. Jackson, he sounded the alarm. Everybody need to go send him a heart emoji or something. You know what I'm saying? Or buy him a beer when you see him, because he was right. And look how many of our people went against him. You know what I mean? Same thing. You know, I ain't saying Ice Cube was all the way 100% what he was doing with his plan for Black America, but at least he spoke up. You know what I mean? We said F him and go talk to the ladies of that View show or whatever it was that went off on him. You know what I'm saying? Vivica Fox and all these other black women. Come on now, we got to do better than that. So we got to start navigating and networking with our people that is willing to stick their neck out, like you said, man.
Yeah, so on Ice Cube, so my understanding, not everybody, I mean, I certainly wasn't, I got some posts during that time period in support of him, but I think from what I've understand, he was instrumental in forming that California reparations task force. So I think what he essentially got out of that terrible situation that developed was, it's probably better for him to do things behind the scenes. And he's been saying they've been like sort of messing with his movies, because I know he wanted to do Last Friday, but he's saying they're essentially holding that movie hostage. So, you know, that's kind of what comes with it when a black celebrity steps out and tries to protect or do something for Black Americans. They find a way to try to punish them in some way, shape, or form. So, you know, he I'm sure he took some type of a hit because of it, but yeah. I'm gonna let you go again. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, so you know, this all started as a book. Like, I wrote a book in 2018, published it in 2019. I've been giving away free digital copies. The book is for sale online, Amazon, Walmart. It used to be at Target. I think it got reported. It's on Barnes and Noble. It's available anywhere essentially books are sold. So that definitely be one way. There's some rapper chick named No Name. She's got a book service to prisons, and every time I see one of these, let's send books to prisons, I'm like, okay, I got a book for you. DM me, respond, boom, boom, boom. This is something that Black American prisoners need to read. They need to understand this whole philosophy. It's all in that book.
Hey, hold on a second, Black. Hey, hold on a second, just to speak on that right there with the prison system. So, you know, I've been in and out of Slimming myself. The prison systems across the country have been taken out or have taken away certain specific political literature, especially if it got something to do with some type of black uplift. They've been excommunicated that shit out of Jersey probably 20 years ago. So, you know, once they obviously got to vet the book, we got to throw that in the trash. You know what I'm saying? We can't have these jokers up here on some uprise black power shit in the prison system. You feel what I'm saying? It's just what it is like that.
Yeah, I saw somebody post, I think it was a Malcolm X, something to do with, I don't know if it was his autobiography, it was something where they refused to let them get access to that. So, it's like one of those things. Yeah, it's probably likely going to get rejected once they know what it is, but it's kind of under the, it could slide in under the radar with the right organization initially, is how I feel about it. And then, I don't know if there's like prison libraries, how books float around, whatever. If a person can mail it, from one prison to another prison or whatever the case may be. But that's just something where it's like there is something on paper, because you mentioned paper. We're taking these spaces. I'm uploading on our YouTube channel. If someone's not on YouTube, or technically they're not in these social spaces, it's kind of hard for them to get the information other than through a face-to-face interaction, other than, like I said, the book, YouTube, right here on Twitter. I was on Facebook. That just turned into a nightmare there for me, and not because of anything other than they just were throttling my groups. I couldn't even scroll down. Like, I could open up the page, but I couldn't scroll at all. I couldn't advertise got really, really bad over it, so I just walked away from it.
Hey, DJ, this is Black American Homeland, right? Now, look, I came up with the Black American Homeland way back when I was in South Africa in 1996, 95, 96. And I came up with my Black American Homeland website in 2012. And I published a book on my website. And I did YouTube videos. I promoted on Facebook. I did all of this like in 2010, 11, 12. And I started on Twitter around about 2013. So that's the Black American Homeland. You talking about? I got ideas for prisoners. Like good example, if you are a prisoner in the Black American Homeland, right, and you're let's say your crime is a non-violent crime, right? Then what we're gonna do is, right, first we're gonna try to get you out of prison. Well, the state is gonna pass laws to get you out of prison, and then we're gonna pass another law that will expunge all of your criminal record. So guess what? You will have no criminal record in a black majority state. But so we're gonna do that in all the 8 states, southern region, and we're gonna do other things. I have so many ideas. If you can follow me on either Black American Homeland or Black American 3-3 or Black Southern Strategy, you will see all my information. And that's my thing. I've been doing this for a long time, man, long time. And I was the only person. I mean, imagine, right? I have guys like Dr. Umar Johnson, Yvette Carnell. They were all against my idea because they think it was impossible. The Black Authority. I had all those guys back in the early days, 2014, 2013, 2015. They really didn't like my idea, but they just thought that my idea was a bit, it was going to be tough to do. And but look, man, I travel all over the world. I've been to 30 countries, and I look at these, especially third world countries, man. Look, man, they got people running their country that don't even have high school diplomas, right? So I say, look, man, if these people can run their country, right? If they can print their own money and they can, change, do their interest rate and all that stuff. Black Americans, with many of us that have graduated from Harvard, Yale, Princeton, UVA, North Carolina, all these other state universities, right? We have a very educated Black population, and we can easily run the state because, of course, the state I think, is easier than running a country. So yeah, we can do it, man. So yeah, that's me, man. Black American Homeland.
Peace, brother. For sure, I understand 100%. Just hit you with a follow. I'd like to DM you some stuff myself, and maybe we go network further. But just to reiterate what you just said as well, and what I said to Black before, again, the data shows, and then like I said, I'm in the entertainment industry. I got a degree in audio engineering. I've been doing music since I was a little ass kid. I wanted to be Michael Jackson, like on some real shit. My mother wouldn't let me get a Jerry Curl. It was what it was, though. But I definitely wanted to be that person. But at the end of the day, when you look at the data, as far as like, those on social media and those that are not, it's roughly about 8 billion people on the planet, give or take. So kind of find out, half the people on the planet do stream. But out of that half, only about 1 billion are paid subscribers. And that's paid subscribers throughout the collective of the top streaming services. Spotify obviously being number one. And then, Apple Music, YouTube Music, yada, yada, stuff like that. And that also includes like Amazon Prime for movies and Netflix, obviously, too, for the most part. But 3/4 of that 4 billion people are the free users, us the free users. We ain't paying for none of that stuff. So our attention is scattered everywhere. You feel what I'm saying? And that's the problem. We're not focusing on, like Black said, we just need to be black, black, black all damn day long, 24/7, 365 right now, because we been, pretty much eradicated, bro, on a genocidal level. I see that shit from the door and been seeing it since I was a kid. I'm in my early 40s, 42, bro. You know what I mean? So it's like I said, my whole objective is now when people like Yvette Carnell say do the work, that always looked funny to me because I don't understand. I ain't saying I don't understand politics, but like, where do I fit in this space? If I'm a musician, I'm supposed to be anti-political, you feel me? And write anti-political songs and shit, you know what I mean? Like fight the power and all that shit, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, I had to sit and think my damn self, like, damn, how can I help my people better understand what's going on right now? So I might as well just take the same infrastructure that I've been helping musicians out with and help you, an author, creator, content creator, illustrator, you feel what I'm saying? Artist, whatever it is in your own right. Hey, look, I got this over here. Give me your content. We just gonna put it out to the masses for the low. You know what I mean? And you still gonna profit at the end of the day because two things gonna happen. One, we getting the word out, and you gonna make a buckle off of each sell, because that's what I do. I sell CDs for $1, bro. You feel what I'm saying? I got the infrastructure so hard and got the plant down so ill. Come on, man. Everybody got a buck, even a bum. You feel what I'm saying? I've been doing that for the last 12 years. So we could get the word out to our people for the low.
DJ, let me tell you what happened to me. Look, in 2014, 2015, 2016, I shared some information with Charles Blow, right? I gave him a lot of information about the Black American homeland, about state power, about the U.S. Constitution, the 10th Amendment, Black Americans taking the electoral college votes of the states and all these things, right? I gave him all these information around 2014, 2015, 2016. And, he said some negative things about it, but I kept on sending him information. And then after that, I say 2018, 19, 20, I didn't hear anything about him. And then in January 2021, do you know this guy came out with his own book called The Devil You Know. And it's about Black Americans going to the South, taking political control, supermajority of states. And I said, wow, so that guy took all that information from me and published his own book. And then when I gave that information to him back in 2014, 2015, and 2016, he said it would never work. So that's why I'm kind of, sometimes when you are a creative person, I'm a creative person, and you really don't want to share your creativity because you scared people might copy your stuff. But what I try to do, I said, look, this is it's not about me. It's about the 50 million Black Americans that live in the United States, and we trying to get power. So I try to think beyond myself and just say, this belongs to the 50 million Black Americans. But I was just very, very upset and very disheartening that Charles Blow would just copy my ideas, and he didn't mention anything about me, the Black American homeland, in his book. It was just really, really, really weird. And then he did a lot of different shows on like CNN, different interviews, and he said that it was his idea, that this idea came straight from him. And this guy he's been copying me. He's been watching me for years. So yeah, that's my thing.
Hey, Black Society, check it out, bro. You got every right to feel the way you feel. You feel what I'm saying? Because I've been feeling that way for 30 years, bro. Real shit. I started DJing at 10 years old. I've been in every fucking nightclub probably except for Studio 54 and a few other clubs right here on the East Coast. Why? Because my family in the entertainment, but we also in the politics. You know, my aunties and them, they don't work Newark City Hall all their life. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I lost my parents when I was young. You know what I mean? So I was raised by them to be in this type of space of being black. But even, you know, at the end of the day, what you got to do is you got to think of somewhat of 50% the art of war and the other 50% battle rap. You feel what I'm saying? Right. Charles Blow pretty much dissing you, bro. You feel what I'm saying? By saying, hey, he created XYZ style. So let's talk some history real quick on the hip hop. A lot of people feel, or when I ain't gonna say a lot of people, the rapper K Solo, he felt for years that DMX stole his style, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because they were both locked up in Rollway Prison right here in New Jersey. See that? And you know, obviously, you know, you're in the cell block, ain't shit else to do except bust some bars anyway and write lyrics. I know I did that when I did my time. You feel what I'm saying? And, you know, it hones your skills. So I ain't gonna say that K Solo was the first to come out with the and the dog thing, the theme of the dog. You know what I mean? I think that is more, you know, K Solo trying to claim DMX in some ways, because when you listen to DMX, bro, you just like who life is really like that, yo. You know what I mean? I never heard you rap like that, K Solo. You know, all the stuff I heard you done with like Redman, Def Squad, which is like Keith Murray and you know, Eric Sherman and them. I never heard those type of bars from you, so it's like, nah, that don't add up, fam. But you might have, you know, DMX might have heard you rapping in the yard one day and you was just doing some dog impressions, and he obviously DMX always said he liked dogs, so maybe he got attracted to that, because ain't nothing new under the sun. Everything has already been invented. We learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? So on that note too, I understand what you're saying. Like, you know, you don't even want to tell a joke of your idea, man. I like I said, I've been feeling like that for 30 years. I got $1 trillion idea, dog, and I know for a fact when this shit get out, these motherfuckers gonna come for me if they ain't already coming for me, because I know people getting hip to my video that I got on how to make money off your talent in the industry. You know, so let's speak on that for a minute. So like you said, you are author creative. So if you got your stuff online, say if you know, this space we're recording right here, you know, Black is the host, you know what I'm saying? And obviously we're like the feature artists on the joint, you know what I mean? So Black did the beat or whatever the case be, and he got the studio, he did all the recording, he laid everything down. He put the money up for it to happen. So when he upload the track back up through DistroKid, which is a digital distributor that will allow your song to go through all the marketplace, which is Spotify, you know, YouTube Music, Apple Music, and so on. It's a one-stop shop to upload the song and go through all the stores, basically. So right now the situation is these digital streaming services have obviously been taken over by the record labels, bro, because there's no way in hell streaming has been around for well over 20 years. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way in hell that I'm getting paid less than what I would get paid if I sold a physical CD. So every time you know, everybody else in the chat, so when everybody else in the chat go to their favorite streaming service, YouTube, whatever, and they stream the song that we did together or the space we did together, we only getting paid collectively 0.043 cents on a penny, and that's specifically Spotify numbers. YouTube even lower is 0.0, like I think like 19 cents or something like that. So that's a negative penny right there. So I'm out here selling CDs for $1. Half the planet still listen to CDs. Majority of our people ain't got no cell phone, I know that, or can't afford no high-end data plan, because these companies, they still charge you per data if you can't afford $65, $70, $80, $100 now for an unlimited plan. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, that's part of the Black monthly budget. We know we don't really make a lot. A lot of these jobs still ostracize us. I'm in the same path you on, and most likely Black. We all entrepreneurs here. So where's our content creators to say, hey, look, okay, Black society, he did the homework, he got the data, the T's is crossed, the I's are dotted, this shit line up 100%. Let's everybody give me $1 so I could go press these CDs up and get this print going. Just to put, well, I ain't gonna speak on something else because it's kind of, you know what I mean, a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? patented to me. It ain't new, but it's just the idea I thought that ain't nobody doing. But I hit you in the chat on that. But to have these our people, like I said, get the information. So basically, we want them to go back and forth between the digital and the analog being the physical paper or wax, whatever it is we're doing. So don't get too discouraged. Just to close out, not to talk too long. Don't ever get discouraged about you got an idea and you told somebody and they felt like they took it. You know what I mean? But that person also was probably thinking the same thing, but then they had the pieces to the puzzle but couldn't put it together. You feel what I'm saying? Because they're not naturally talented, bro. And there's a lot of people out here like that. So I see artists that I know very well and certain DJs that are well known throughout the country. I gave them the battery in their back, bro. And I won't never ask for a thank you. I'm actually happy that they on and working and not out here thugging and shit and fucking some shit up because they could be knocking another nigga head off, man. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Look, this is the funny thing, right? I never intended for the Black American homeland to be a money-making endeavor. When I published my book, I did it for free. I gave it. I put it on my website for free for anybody to read, right? But when Charles Blow, when he published his book, The Devil on January 21st, 2021, this guy, in a month, his book became a bestseller on the New York bestsellers list. And so that's what makes you me very angry. I mean, I don't care about the money really. Look, I live in a foreign country. I take care of myself in a foreign country. But the thing is, the fact that we talked. Well, we didn't talk, but we gave information to each other, and then he just copied and then he published a book and then it became a bestseller. I mean, it's just really strange. So yeah, that's my thing.
For sure. No, I understand 100%. Yeah. Oh, my bad, Black. Go ahead, Black. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm finished. That's it for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I thought it was Black Majority State wanted to chime in real quick. But just to reiterate what you said right there, it was never about the money, and that's what us as Black people and black entrepreneurs, Black entertainers, people that are supposed to be doing business. That's where we get it wrong at, and the baby we built winds up becoming somebody else's nest egg. You see what I'm saying? It's a reason why the only thing the man ever created, and I crack a lot of my Black immigrant friends up with this shit. I'll be asking them, hey, like, what's the only thing the man created? And they be sitting there thinking, they come up with something like the car or something. I'm like, nah, the patent office, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, this is why I created this video called How to Make Money Off Your Talent. Yeah, we're still giving the stuff away because that's what these musicians do. They uploading it to that piff, live mixtapes or whatever, these websites, but the website ain't breaking you off. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of these websites, like, they Black owned too. Hold on a second. Whether it be Black immigrant or Black American. Why you ain't breaking off the content creators? You see what I'm saying? So now you go to the TikTok wave. We see TikTok. You got the white people and just people in general. I ain't even just going to point it at the white folks stealing all the Black TikTok dances. The dancers doing their dance. You feel what I'm saying? And not turning around and crediting them like Charles Blow did to you. So my objective, like I told somebody else that it is a content creator, and they felt like somebody either stole their stuff, talking crap about them. You got to stay on your Tupac. Bomb first, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's the only way our people gonna get the correct information, bro. Because we already battling disinformation. Now, let's talk about that for a minute. And this is why I'm so passionate about what I'm doing as far as trying to promote Black people like yourself And so you could quit your fucking job. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's the real argument. We ain't working in these WPIs, white public institution, for those that don't know. I play with the words. You feel what I'm saying? We ain't working at these places no more because we see when you go to the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, how many black cases that were filed for race of discrimination at the job site, and it went swept under the rug. So when the only argument I ever had with Yvette Carnell was some of the do for self rhetoric, where she might have felt certain black people that do got positions or do got some type of infrastructure ain't really trying to do anything because like black State said, you look at the Queen Latifah thing like a monument. You feel what I'm saying? So ain't no what they call it in a political space, ain't no more private sector no more. That shit got buried when a recession hit. And I was living down in DC, and I had some connections with some brothers over at the grant office down there in the downtown area. You know what I mean? So we on our own, fam. You know what I mean? We all we got, at the end of the day, bro. You know what I mean? So if you got something that you want to tell the people, I'm gonna go promote that shit. I'm gonna big your YouTube channel up. I'm gonna make sure people like that shit. We're gonna get your shit to 1,000 subscribers so you can monetize your channel. That's what I'm helping the reparations perspective for those that know Angela out in California. That's also with the AB 3121. You know what I mean? It's all about promoting yourself so that way you could quit your job. Why? Because the only thing you need to be doing is learning how to make money off your talent. And that's what I entitled my video. See what I'm saying? Because there's too many of our people that's getting this, signing these 360 deals, getting screwed. They don't understand the business. Like Biggie Mom said, Viola Wallace. She said Puffy gave her son 50 grand, dog. The signing bonus should have been worth $1 million at this point, the way we see it in the game, because he's still one of the best rappers ever. And he's been gone for a while, rest in peace. You know what I mean? So why ain't you making money off your talent so you could get your ass out of this WPIs, get your family back to what Black State talking about, down to somewhere to the south, or we taking over one of these black cities? That's just my idea. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm with it either way. It don't matter, because at the end of the day, as long as we working on the idea itself, you feel what I'm saying, and got that customer service behind it, which a lot of our people don't understand the 5 steps of selling. Once we get that under the belt, we good. So let's move forward from there. So what I've been able to do, right? We know the SBA, right? Small Business Administration, they don't give us, we know Obama cut the funding for black business with the SBA, whatever the case be. And it's very hard to get a loan from the SBA. Even if your T's are crossed, I's dotted, we see a lot of black businesses that were certified, the little chicken joints we got in the hood, or black hair care salons or something. All they T's was crossed and the I's dotted, but they didn't get any triple P money. So what I tell a lot of my people too, that got those type of businesses, whether it be brick and mortar or you doing like some type of e-commerce, which I've also been doing for 12 years on eBay. You can't make that money up that you lost during the pandemic. Don't matter if you secured or not. You got money, your family good, thank God. You know what I mean? You lost 100,000 last 2 years, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And there's no way you can make it up because you're not thinking about how to make it up. A lot of us are just, with the working mentality, which we need to pull our stuff out of. So when, a lot of Tony and Yvette, we locked out as far as the black businesses, but 80% of all businesses are small businesses. So why they wasn't encouraging us to go LLC ourselves? Start at the bottom, research what you love to do, learn how to make money off it. Find a competition in your area, figure out how to get an investment loan sponsorship. Why you ain't figuring out how to get sponsorship from other black businesses? You see what I'm saying? Now let's talk about how you could do that. When I talk to other black businesses, the brick and mortar stores, chicken shacks, even the black immigrants, Jamaican restaurant, Asian restaurant, I'll be going to eating all the food. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. You know what I mean? Because we over here. So give me $25, fam. Give me 250 of your business cards. I'll stick it in with the CDs and movies and promote you like that. But when somebody come in with the card, they say, yo, CD man told me this shit fire, and it better be some banging chicken and oxtails or whatever. You got to give them 10% off from the door. You know what I'm saying? Because it's only fair. You know what I mean? So this is some of the stuff I'll be talking about. If you could get yourself on that type of ball game, and I'll teach you, bro. I ain't asking for nothing. Why? Because I want to see you win, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, it's funny. I'm retired. I'm 55 years old, and I live I live in Southeast Asia, so I'm retired. I'm doing well, but I really don't
be doing way better. You can always be doing better.
Well, that's true. That's true. You can always do better. Um, yeah. 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 It's yeah. Yeah. Look, you know, the thing is, most all my work is copyrighted. Uh, um,
So if
a
your work
lawyer
is
told me
copyrighted, right?
actually, huh?
So if you, my bad to cut you off. So if your work is copyrighted, what's stopping you? So let me give you another example real quick, right? Just to put it in your head. So say for instance, like your YouTube videos, right? What if you took those and separated the audio from the video, and took the audio and reloaded it back through DistroKid? It's only $20 a year. That's it. To get yourself through all the stores, you pay a one-time fee to go to with one of these performing rights organizations, which unfortunately, you know, has a history of white supremacy. ASCAP. I'm affiliated with them, but they got the best payment system. Fuck, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got a choice. But hold up a minute. We could build our own PRO, performing rights organization, if we were to do, this black majority state and migrate our ass back to the South. That'd be easy because we wouldn't have to worry about dealing with the WPIs. So another thing I talk about in my video, how to make money off your talent, DJ Seg One, same name, YouTube, look it up. Another thing I talk about is the RIAA, Recording Institute Association of America. They are the ones that create, or well, I ain't gonna say they just create like the platinum and the gold and the diamond plaques. You know what I mean? The certifications of that you sold 1 million units, 10 million units, whatever the case be, 500,000 units or whatever for a gold album. You have to also pay them to obtain that plaque. So, well, my idea at $1 a pop per information, per CD, per music, per video or movie, from a black content creator, that's netting you 50% of the profit. And that's more than what any record label ever gave a major artist. So, and we know this to be true because go back to the TLC movie. Pebbles, our own people, and Babyface and all them, and L.A. Reid, they was raping the hell out of TLC, man. Raping the hell out. They was raping them on the show money, the concerts, all that stuff, the merchandising. They was killing them. Real talk. That's why they lost, man. You know what I mean? So it also go for other people like Diddy. I talk about him. I call a lot of the what L.A. Reid did to TLC. I call that the Diddy Bop effect, bro. How black people constantly shit on black people, yo. And it makes no sense for Diddy, as we see for a lot of his artists that done came through the Bad Boy, whatever the case be. Those great music, great times. We had a lot of fun. Appreciate that. You know what I mean? But why we hearing that Black Rock can't even bury himself? And not to say that you're responsible for another grown man, Diddy, but we already know the contract was shady, bro. We know that, bro. You know what I mean? So it makes no sense for a person like Diddy to screw over another black man when he came up under Andre Harrell at Uptown, with early days of Mary J. Blige, Jodeci, all that stuff. You wasn't an artist then, Diddy, and then you went to Howard and all that stuff, and we supposed to did all the homecomings and understood this, that we locked out of these industries, bro. You know what I mean? And we ain't making no money because we keep the powers that be is been ostracizing us, bro. Other thing is too, now you got a lot of our people, and white folks have seen this thing at this moment in time that Eminem the greatest rapper ever. We know that not to be true, but we also got a lot of people think that Dr. Dre discovered him. You feel what I'm saying? Nah, some black folks right here in my neighborhood discovered Eminem. I used to see this white joker on the block for 2 summers straight, thinking he was just a white fiend, until my man Pace One introduced me to him, the outsiders, and said, "Yo, this is my man Marshall." Them jokers put Eminem on their tour. You feel what I'm saying? And blew him up. You see what I'm saying? So that go back to the credit thing. Eminem never came back. Why? Because he ain't one of our peoples. You feel what I'm saying? And then the ones that are our peoples, we got to start learning how to, screwing each other over, man. Especially when you got a good idea and you saying some real shit. You know what I mean? Right. What's the argument, man? And look, everybody ain't for everybody, bro. I'll leave it on that note. You know what I mean?
All right. Hey, DJ, yeah, look, we definitely have to talk. I'll try to keep in touch with you. black state majority. Sorry, man. I didn't want it to be about me, but look, man, it's your platform, man.
No. Look, I was enjoying the conversation. Like you, I don't do any of this for money. I mean, at all. Not at all. This is really out of a very firm desire to, I mean, there's some selfish reasons. I want my family, my future, grandchildren, great grandchildren to actually feel protected and have the full opportunities that other Americans get in this country. The potential of the country is grand. It's really unlimited to a certain extent, but we don't have any access to that. So for me, it's about wanting to establish a state where that is possible. And I know, like, literally after 4 years of really embedding myself into this space every single day, this is all I think about for the most part, and really just trying to understand how this country operates, how the states operate, how the cities, towns, etc., how it all fits together, that this is the way that we must move forward. It is absolutely to our greatest advantage in whatever industry, music, construction, the medical industry, hair care, which is huge in Black America. Whatever the industry is, if we don't have protection, see, the thing about it is all of these industries, the reason that white society essentially can treat us any way that they choose is because there's no authority above them to keep them in check. There's no authority above them to investigate them, to hold them to the fire.
That's not true.
I'm sorry, who we got speaking right now? Someone I didn't let up. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to have a more conversation in this room. So let's just be very clear.
And Moors is relevant too. I would like to talk about something that's real instead of feelings.
Yeah, I'm not talking about feelings, but we're not going to have a more conversation.
I didn't say anything about Moors, but why don't you want to discuss what's real? Okay. You just said something that wasn't. You just said something that can't support with any fact.
So you can raise your hand like everybody else, bro. You can raise your hand like everybody else. I'm next in line, bro.
Yeah, because I mean, the first thing is these spaces, they have decorum. People respect each other in the spaces, and so people don't just blurt out conversation or their opinion in the room. If that happens, everybody would be speaking at the same time. Okay, so he dropped out. That's good, because I try not to make people speakers until I actually look at their page and understand.
Yeah, that's my fault. I didn't look at his. I remember seeing him before, but I didn't see the Moors. I didn't.
Yeah, I've had some interaction with him this week, so I know what he's on. So, okay, DJ Sedge1, you're up.
Appreciate that, Black. So, like I said, I'm from the battle rap era, man. Jokers like that, I would have slaughtered them with the verbal. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you got to treat some of our people, too. You just got to trash them. You know, like black conscious be doing in the space sometimes. You got to let people have it. And not to be mean or disrespectful. It's just that, hold on, man. Back up, dog. We already been here for 20, 30 minutes, hour, whatever it was, talking calmly. You come, that's not true. Bro, pipe down, man. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, Black society. So basically, in Black state, just to talk about, it's not to make money off of anything, because we're just taking the money that we do get off the sale to double and triple the material. You feel what I'm saying? Now, as far as how you make a profit off it, I'll speak a little bit about it, but I would rather have everybody go watch the video, not to get my numbers up or anything, because I pay for Google advertisement, so I don't need anybody to just go watch it just to increase my numbers of likes or anything like that. So at the end of the day, what you got to understand again, the record labels, back to them, during the height of the CD era, right? The highest an artist ever got paid off a CD was like 10 cents, which I spoke about, the TLC thing, but they would, you had to split 10 cents amongst 3 people. You know what I mean? Well, my objective is that is going to, 5 times it. So if we're, getting rid of your information, and presenting it to the people, Black society, we only knocking it for $1 per pamphlet. You feel what I'm saying? People go into the dollar store and spend $100 without even thinking. You see what I'm saying? And that's what the mindset we have to get on as content creators too. We don't want to be working for somebody else, or even maybe be working the rest of our lives. Even as entrepreneurs, we eventually want to build something, have our people take it over, and carry on with it. So the information that you have worked on, why let a nigga like Charles Blow reap the benefits, bro? You see what I'm saying? And especially at what's the book? $15, $20 a book? The W may know. He getting 15 baby.
It's about $20 a book.
So, and I know for a fact, Amazon sells, you could keep, I think, about 70 to 80% of that. So add it up. That's $15 he getting per book, bro. At $20 a book. You feel what I'm saying?
And I think I'm not 100% sure. I think he sold I guess to be in the bestseller, you got to at least sell 50,000 books, right? 100,000.
Yeah.
How many books?
Well, don't quote me on the Amazon numbers. I never looked at it from an author perspective. I just mainly do like music and certain film. But most likely, yeah, you have to have a certain amount of sales to be considered in the top whatever percent. It's the same thing where, with the income, you got to be in a certain top 10% of, earnings, in which I think Tone Talk said, you only have to make 350,000. That ain't really a lot of money. I saw that selling dope, bro. You know what I'm saying? In the 90s, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, so for instance, in that music industry, it's been corrupt from the beginning. We've never had a Black governor and a Black attorney state general that can go after the music industry the same way they went after the tobacco industry and every other industry where they are harming the public. We've had threats. There have been threats here and threats there, but it's all political. Every once in a while, they'll throw out some empty threat towards the music industry. Again, a Black state, a Black governor with the authority of a state attorney general and the federal representatives in the Senate and in the U.S. Congress can actually develop some targeted investigations into industries such as that. We had the recent situation where a Black man was fired from Amazon and essentially dared into establishing a union, which he was able to do. And now I'm sure they regret that whole situation because they're filing appeals in federal court to try to get the union, try to get that union count thrown out. So we can do it. We have to do it. We can actually start protecting Black artists in this Black music. But I'm gonna be very frank. I wouldn't want our state to protect the poison that's in rap music today. I mean, it would have to be uplifting music. Black music, for the most part, has been uplifting music up until the 90s, late 90s, whatever the case may be. The music was really designed to improve our lives. It was positive music. Even the blues told a story. Even if it was a tragic story, it wasn't meant to kill. It wasn't meant to train us and teach and have our minds thinking about killing each other. So, yeah, I mean, I everything that comes up has a political angle to it, and there's always a function for the state to play a role in it. I want to use our government because you can't control the internet. That's clear. but you can control the airwaves. You can control what comes on the television in your local area. So there's certainly ways that we can try to protect our children from a lot of this poison that's in the music, especially. Unfortunately, that's where it's at, and that's where it's at because they know it reaches young black men, especially young black women. There was a story where I think it's Blavity. They have a Twitter space, but they wrote an article 2 years ago, essentially declaring this new wave of female rappers as the new feminist wave, like black feminists. Like this is what black women should aspire to be. And that's tragic. I mean, it's a tragedy that this is the image for black feminism is thought behavior and thought music. So look, we can talk about, trying to put together something where you can CDs or something with the written material. I'm for it. I'm not looking to get no money out of that. Like I said, I've given away at least 200 free digital copies of the book just through emails. I would give away 10,000 if I could. I have no problem with giving this information to the people who can absorb it and use it, for themselves and their families, and hopefully it helps to start filling up the state of Delaware. So, just DM me about it. We can figure something out. I mean, it's on YouTube, which essentially means anybody could do it anyway. Like the reason that we even had this conversation was because some diaspora warlord was stealing all of our content and planning to monetize it, even though they claim they weren't. So I'm down with it. We can make that happen somehow, some way, for sure. Okay, DJ Sejuan, you got it.
Yeah, so but back to what you just reiterated again, and that's good. I appreciate you, trying to, coming up, help me come up with an idea to help protect these black content creators. So back to what you just reiterated about diaspora warlord person, this person saying that they're not monetizing the channel, but we already know you don't need ads to run on the actual video or audio or whatever it is to be paid from one of these streaming services. So that's a lie right there. And you see what I'm saying, Black society? Other people are monetizing other people's content and ain't breaking bread. You see what I'm saying? So why let Charles Blow just have all your damn work? You spent your whole life writing, creating, trying to tell black people, being ostracized at the same time. You know what I mean? That's unfair to you. You know what I mean? So, and when you say about, you're not looking to make money, remember again, my whole objective is to get people to your platform from the streets. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, your channel may already be monetized and you may already have specific ads on your YouTube because you got over 1,000 subscribers, you got over 40,000 views. You know what I mean? But with that also being said, YouTube ostracizes a lot of black people. Facebook ostracizes black people speaking out, getting shadow banned, all this stuff. It's very cheap to build our own platform right now, especially with all the black people that get ostracized from tech spaces in Silicon Valley. Why aren't all of our technicians, as far as the IT professionals, coming together? We about to build this bridge, and we about to get all the black creators and flood over here. Man, that shit'll cripple Facebook, YouTube, and Spotify in a day, bro. We run this culture, bro. So why we ain't reaping the benefits off of it? You see what I'm saying? Especially if you created the nest egg, and you created the basically the infrastructure of black society, meaning getting all this information together. That's the infrastructure. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I mean by when I say I got infrastructure. I got equipment over here to replicate disc and print and stuff like that. I got the studio over here. I tell artists all the time, look, I'm not going to charge you for no studio time. If obviously you got some fire, but don't slack on me either when I say, hey, show up at 8 o'clock at night and you don't show up. You see what I'm saying? because there's money on the line. Even though I may not be charging you, and we may not be charging the people when we create the product, because the whole objective is moving forward is to be online. Everything is on the line. You know, like Black State said, you can't control the internet, but everybody's making money on the internet from our stuff. Look at all these white people that's all of a sudden the face of hip hop. This shit is sad, bro. Where are people at? Yep. You know what I mean? So with that being said, go listen to KRS-One. You know, he got the tempo of hip hop going, and he only got like 5,000 subscribers on the YouTube. That shit should be 1 million subs, just black people by ourselves. You feel what I'm saying? Because the level of knowledge he dropping about the exact same shit that I'm saying, all black people from Bambaataa to KRS, Melly Mel, and all greats, they had this same conversation, bro. Back in 95, they were sitting in a physical room with each other, you know what I mean? Talking about this stuff, you know what I mean? Nobody did nothing, bro. And now look, KRS is white. Now we even got white kids calling themselves nigga. You feel what I'm saying? We slept the same way we slept when Dr. John Claude Anderson was telling us, hey, yo, these jokers coming in here, they ain't coming to be your homie. They coming for the resources, yada yada. What the hell was our people doing back in the 70s and 80s and 90s when he was saying this shit? Sleep, bro. You know what I mean? The knowledge is there for us to take this shit to a higher perspective. And it ain't about making no money because, like you said, you already got your life situated. So now your whole life as a retired person, Black society, is to make sure your people are straight moving forward. Because these kids out here in America, they dumb as hell, bro. I try to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Parents ain't teaching them shit. School ain't teaching them shit. The streets ain't even teaching nobody no more. Because all we doing is popping off on each other 24/7, man. So when I go to the stores and I talk to these young people out in the street, they say, "Hey, you know, yada yada yada." You try to talk to them, it's like, man, it's like talking to a brick wall almost, bro. It's like a blank space and shit. It's like, where do we go from here, man?
Yep.
Yeah, that said, I posted a video of the Chicago kids. They're in an indoor basketball gym, and they got more weapons than I've ever seen, even in a gun store. I mean, and these kids probably look like just in their teens, like 12, 13, maybe 14. They're little skinny kids, but they all like massive amounts of weapons. A book bag full of 3 or 4 guns. Everybody got a gun, and they're all like these little kids. Such a depressing video, but they're happy. Unfortunately, because this is what's cool, and this is what they think is cool. But how many of those kids are gonna live to see 21? I mean, that's a tragedy right there. But this is what following the Democrat Party produces. This is what voting for any candidate under a white political party produces. Even though Chicago's got a black mayor who's technically married to a white woman, whatever, quote unquote. The blackface part, it doesn't matter at all. Like, it just doesn't matter at all. And then on top of that, the way the society's structured, even if you have a black mayor, there's a white county executive. I believe in Chicago, even the county executive is black. Still doesn't matter because the governor is white and they got the ultimate power. So it's like, as we think we're moving up the political chain, the problem is we don't actually have the power. We just got these positions, and it ain't even where I can say we got the positions, is that individual who happens to be black has that position. And that's a recipe for disaster. Like, these results that have been produced were predictable. I mean, I was a young kid. I was a teenager. I did the street thing. I was running around with guns, etc. Didn't think I'd live to be 21. I turned 18 and I just like had an epiphany. Like, I don't want to spend the rest of my life locked up, and I don't actually really want to take anybody's life. It's time for me to get out of this. It's time for me to get away from it. A lot of young black men that are involved in that, they never have that epiphany, or they simply just get trapped in the system, institutionalized, or they just don't make it out. That's a vicious cycle, but it is the direct result of democratic policies. It is the direct result of democratic policies of creating multiple generations of black single mothers living in public housing, which ultimately creates like this criminal activity sandwiched in very little, next to no resources, not enough food to make it through the month. It's a system that will produce the same results over and over and over and over again. And they have been in charge of it the whole entire time, and they have known about it the whole entire time. If you go back and look at, but I mean, Black, when we kind of did have a congressional Black caucus that actually seemed to care, when they would, they would be making statements. They were doing all types of research, reports, and they knew exactly where we were headed in this country, and they did absolutely nothing to stop it. Absolutely not. Like, even now, we're talking about reparations. We're talking about the wealth gap. We're talking about all these issues, and we've been talking about them probably for 4 or 5 years now, and they've done absolutely nothing. Like, there's not one piece of legislation that we can point to that says they did anything at all whatsoever about it. If anything, they're resisting changing anything. They're resisting fixing anything. They're just operating business as usual. This is what they do. Like, period. This is who they are. DJ Sedge 1.
Yeah, like you said about the youngers, right? You seeing with all these handguns, guns, whatever, right? Got a bunch of them. You know what I mean? About 3 or 4 of them per person. But like you said, they happy. So like, why we ain't teaching our kids how to, manufacture our own guns? You feel what I'm saying? Because all the gun manufacturers are white, and we also know that they also are dropping these guns off on the Northeast coast from gun manufacturers in the Midwest and the South. You feel what I'm saying? Rather it be Remington, Smith and Wesson, we need to stew their ass too on some reparation shit, because where the hell are all these choppers coming from? Like you said, you know what I mean? Everybody got a pistol. We grew up in a fight era. You had to come outside and bang on the Joker or get banged on, whatever how it went down that day. You might have even got jumped, but knock 2 of them out, you'd still get your ass kicked up. You know what I mean? But now these jokers ain't doing that. You got to watch what you say to people, will you be around, who you hang around, all this shit nowadays. And it's mainly our people doing a lot of it, it seems, because that's just what they call indoctrination, because the news media is corrupt. It's sad the black channel that Charles Blow and known was on. Well, I guess it was meant to be, because they played my man Black Society. See how karma be working? You know what I'm saying? So your channel wasn't meant to be up, because Black Society need to have his own channel on the YouTube and getting 1 million black folks to come subscribe, because we know it's coming from the grassroots. You see what I'm saying? So people was supporting them. Why shouldn't they support you, Black Society? You feel what I'm saying? Why shouldn't they support you, Black State? You know what I mean? We might have money and we doing all right and we're retired and we chilling, living our life, but shit, we could always be doing better, because these jokers, they always trying to do better. Why you think they always conquering, bro? That's why I came up with the term KKK, colonizers conquering kingdoms, bro. Don't t-shirt that yet. I ain't copyrighted. You know what I mean? But you feel me?
Oh yeah. I like that. I like that. It makes perfect sense.
Now, hold on a second. Now, imagine if we take that same scenario, right? Matter of fact, I don't care if I ain't copyrighted or not. Everybody in the comments, go take KKK, colonizers, conquering kingdoms, and put something else on it that describes what you're talking about. So when somebody see it, they be like, "Oh, you rocking a KKK shirt, nigga? What's wrong with you, nigga?" You know what I'm saying? Well, hold on, fam. Look at the back. Oh snap! You know what I'm saying? How much for that, bro? Now you got your own business. This for everybody in the comment. I ain't gonna be stingy with the idea. You feel what I'm saying? Because we gotta be caring about each other. So if you know somebody or got a homie that got a little print shop, go tell them, like, look, we about to make these t-shirts, KKK, and we about to start selling for $20, $30 with the profit. Make sure you dump some money back to Black society so you can get this paperwork out about us immigrating with an E back to the South. And make sure you go subscribe to Black State, get his YouTube numbers up so YouTube can start monetizing and paying him with the super chat and all this other shit. Because that's what everybody else is doing. Well, we ain't getting paid off the same thing. It ain't about grifting because it's our shit. You feel what I'm saying? It's our personal information as far as being Black and talking to Black. This is why we getting shadow banned from all these public white WPIs, white public institutions. They don't want us on their platform. They don't want us there, bro. So let's all mass migrate the hell off of that.
Okay, let's see what this free speech has to say. Second time in the room.
How y'all doing?
Oh God.
We're doing great.
No, he's gone. That dude's gone. Okay, no, he's done. Yeah, he's done. No, please don't bring him up here to speak. There was someone else in the little room. I kind of wanted to get him in, but he dropped off before I could check out his page. So we're just gonna keep the conversation moving forward. The two-party illusion is controlled by the same interest. The illusion of the two-party system in America is what cripples Black Americans most. We must focus 100% on us. We must do 100% for us. We must build our own. We must become the majority. That was the caption to this little cartoon that I had posted about a little over a year ago, where you see a wolf. He's got a puppet, which is a sheep, and he's talking into a mic, and you got a bunch of sheep that are like all rah, rah, rah. Kind of looks like the Democrat Party, to be perfectly honest. They put their hand up the rear end of these Black politicians as soon as they get to Washington, D.C., and then from that point on, they are controlling them, relentlessly controlling them until they fall over and die. A lot of these Black politicians have been in D.C. for decades. Most of them die in office, quite literally. And so, on top of everything else that is affecting us and afflicting us, is you have what I used to hate when I would start a new job, and especially those union jobs, because you start at the bottom and then you got to work your way to the top and stay around, and really you're just waiting for people to die. That's essentially how a union works, to be perfectly honest. You're just sitting around waiting for people to die so you can move up this little ladder that they have established. And this is how the Black politicians in the Democrat Party have operated in this country for essentially the last 30 plus years. They get those positions and they just stay there. Like, it's incredible to me. I think Bobby Rush in Chicago, I believe, just retired. And then there was a Black woman in the Texas, I think the Dallas area, that retired. That's very, very rare that they ever retire. And they're old. I mean, they're both old. So I guess they figured, they want to try to live the last few years of their life outside of D.C. But, most of them just stay there forever. Like we talk about South Carolina, Slyburn. He's been there for 3 decades, whatever the case. It's like they go there and they stay there and they never let go of that position. And so there's no new blood, there's no new ideas, there's no real advocacy, because the people that are there they don't care. Like, they're good. Like, they accumulate so much wealth in their time in office. They do not care. It's not even neglect. They just simply don't care. They got, you know, things that they say in front of the cameras, little sound bites, whatever, you know, to try to make it look good, quote unquote. But outside of that, they do not care about the people at all. You look at their districts. Again, talking about South Carolina, the district is falling apart. There's poverty everywhere. People continue to vote. Like, this person's been in office for 30 years. He couldn't fix his district in 30 years. Like, he's failing miserably at the job, and yet the people keep voting for him. You know, there is some self-responsibility in the problems that we face in this country. The Democrat Party is primarily responsible because they keep putting these people in our faces, and then unfortunately we keep taking the bait and we keep swallowing the poison pill every time election season comes around. We just got to change our behavior so that we can actually get real substantial change in the country. So we got to stop voting Democrat. We got to stop voting Republican. We got to stop voting for white parties altogether. Become independent voters. Leverage our vote as a voting bloc. You know, even on the national stage, which I hate talking about national politics, but if we had, you know, 5 million black people across the country who signed a pledge, an online pledge that said we're not voting unless we get these 5 or these 10 items. We want to see the legislation before the election. We want to vet the legislation before the election. We want the legislation online so everybody has a chance to view it. We want you to sign off on it. You know, like, we got to hold these people accountable. Or, you know, again, or we could just keep complaining, which is doing nothing. Let's be clear about that fact. If we just keep complaining, we've actually decided to do absolutely nothing. So we need action. Mary Black Parent in the room earlier was talking about action, and that's exactly what we need. We need real action. Yes, we need people to move to the southeastern United States. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Pick a state, learn about the state, find a job, find a career path, get involved in your local elections, get registered to vote, you know, and encourage all the people you know to do the exact same thing. Everybody, you know, your family, your friends, etc. Hey, this is where I'm moving. I'm setting up my plan. I'm going to move there in 6 months. I'm going to move there a year from now. I don't care if you said I'm going to move there 5 years from now. Just start getting a plan together, because as I started my plan this year for next spring, you know, it's like I'm here, I go to work, I work 5 days a week, I work 12 hours a day. The time is just flying by, days, weeks. I wake up one day, it's Monday, wake up the next day, it's Thursday, I wake up the next day, it's Sunday. I mean, time is just flying by, and I'm really just like kind of biding my time until I move to Delaware. And I wish I was there now. I really, truly wish I could be there now. But, you know, it's coming, and we'll get on the ground and start really trying to advocate and get in some groups and get in some meetings and really try to encourage, especially in the Philadelphia area, encourage some hardworking Black Americans to cross the state line. Quite literally, you know, 15-minute, 30-minute drive, New Jersey, southern New Jersey, a 30 to 45-minute drive. Just cross the state lines and live and vote. You can still work in Philly, you can still work in New Jersey, but come into Delaware and help us take over this state. That's all we got to do. So.
Hey, great. Look, I'm on low battery, so I'm gonna stay up here until I run out, man. I'm about 3%.
Okay, that's cool. I was gonna invite people up one last time. Anybody wanna have a question or wanna say something, wanna speak in the room? This is your opportunity to get something off your chest, and then we are gonna go ahead and wind it down after that. If anybody would like to have a final word here. This actually is a safe space. We just don't like people who come in with an interruptive type of a spirit, and who are just not really reading the room properly, because there's some spaces you go in there and you just know it's chaos. You just get it as soon as you get in the room. Oh, this room's chaos. Let me get in where I fit in. But we try to keep things orderly. We try to keep things organized, so people, when they speak, everybody has a chance to actually hear what they're saying. So it's not like 3 or 4 or 5 different people all talking at the same time, and you really can't even understand what they're talking about. I've been in spaces like that. It's really not productive at all. I don't know why people choose to do that, but there is like, just put up your hand, you hit the heart. It's so crazy. Someone did this in the space, and I didn't realize. Some people may not notice. You hit the heart, and all the way to the right there is a little hand. You can actually change the color of the hands or hearts or whatever. There's been an upgrade, so they've changed a lot of it, but you can change the flesh tone of the hands, and you just can speak when a host or a co-host sees your hands up. Once they get talking, they're gonna let you speak. They try to keep order, so one person talks, the next person talks, the next person talks. For people that are new to the spaces, I actually didn't realize that there are new people, and so some people don't know how it works. But I actually love the fact that the person took the time to explain it. So DJ Sedge one, after he speaks, we're probably going to go ahead and shut it down for the night.
For sure.
Okay, that was it. Okay, I was going to let you speak. I didn't.
No, my bad. I thought you was talking about somebody else.
Yeah. No, I didn't get to really go over this part. So in 2012, 97% of black voters, and I'm trying to think, 2012, this was the last Obama election, I believe. Yeah, because I think he got more the second time around, or whatever. Maybe he got a little less. Maybe he got 99% the first time. I don't know. It's so crazy. But he got 97% the second time. Hillary Clinton got 93%, and then Biden got 90%. So it's actually headed in the right direction, but it's so high compared to every other group. It's like insanely high compared to every other group. Which is just so crazy that we vote like that. Like, that's just insane. We should not be voting like that. Every other group sort of has at least a split of some nature between Democrat and Republican, or whatever they choose to do. And then this other information was that this was done in 2020, is that for the first time, Black Americans registered voters, or eligible voters, had reached a record of 30 million eligible voters, which essentially means they're over 18. They don't have a felony or whatever that may prevent them from voting in a certain state. So 30
What
million.
year is that?
That's 2020. At the same time, for the first time in a presidential election, Black American voters are outnumbered by Hispanic eligible voters who had 32 million voters. And this is why the Democrat Party is rolling out the red carpet for Hispanic voters, because they have a majority, because majority rules, because they have more voters than we do. And now they are ready to hand them the keys to the castle, the keys to the kingdom. They are going to lay down and let the Mexicans take over as much of the country as they want, as long as they vote Democrat. We can't stop it. We can't change it. We can't alter it. All we can do is concentrate our population, establish laws that keep illegals out so that they're not sanctuary states or cities or counties or towns or whatever. And we circulate our black income or black money or black wealth within our state and or states, and we use the power of each state to help each other. And we can establish an association of governors for each of these black majority states. We can essentially trade with each other through commerce. We can do a lot together. We can form a black majority political caucus in the Senate and in the in the Congress, the U.S. reps. There's a lot that we can do, but we have to do it. Like, we literally have to do it. There is a lot that we can do, but we can't stop what the Democrat Party's doing. And what they're doing is very, very blatant. It's extremely clear. If we spend, again, another 5 years even just sitting around complaining about it, we're going to wake up. Man, it's going to be, it'll be devastating. Devastating. If we wake up 5 years from now and we have not established at least one black majority state, it will be devastating. So, I mean, I just hope we take heed. I hope we take heed to this warning, because it is real. It is imminent danger, and there is no turning back. There's no turning this around. There's no fixing it from the inside at all. DJ Sedge 1.
Yeah, I just wanted to, before you close out, was to reiterate on something you said before. But I agree with everything you just said right there, too, man. You know, I feel like the 5 years is already here. You know, 2053 is 2022 right now. And people just don't understand it. And black society, but hopefully your phone don't click. You can hear me. You know, always put your phone in a power saving state. If you know you don't got a charger, and look for a bar charger. They lifesavers. Everybody get yourself a bar charger, man. You know what I mean? But yeah. So what you were saying about the music before, like, you know, we're gonna try to create something, you know, to protect the content creators, yada yada. It was something you said before that though too. Oh yeah, about the type of music that we're not going to protect. So with that being said, you know, like I said, I still sell physical music and for the most part all types of genres of music, but I don't sell no drill rap. I ain't got no trap music. Don't come ask me for that, youngin. I don't know nothing about that. I rock this old disco / early hip hop, bro. I'm on some KRS, Melly Mel, the message shit, yo, bro. I don't want to hear none of that shoot, kill, da 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 da. You know what I mean? I lose a lot of customers for that. You know what I mean? But that's okay, because I know I'm not indoctrinating my people. You feel what I'm saying? And you know, when a lot of parents do come up to me, or you know, I let the kids look, go inside the bag and pick what they want cartoon wise. I gotta warn the parents, like, yo, don't watch that. Don't let the, you know, if you're gonna buy it for them, you know, there's a parental advisory on that thing. You know, you may not be aware that, you know, this cartoon has this level of violence in it because it's a Pokemon or a Batman cartoon, which, you know, a lot of these animated Batman cartoons, they're violent as heck, nudity, all that. So the kids see Batman, oh, I want it, but don't understand that's an adult cartoon version. So they be appreciative of stuff like that. And you see what Mayor Adams up in New York, how he automatically went ham on the drill rappers. So to speak on that, right? Yeah, we ain't promoting that, but we also got to come back to how that shit even got here. So a lot of us could sit up here and say, hey, look, you know, some people feel like a certain group of people had a secret society meeting in a room, and we gonna come up with some gangster rap and create an NWA and all that other stuff. That's whatever. You know what I mean? What we need to start doing is promoting these conscious artists. And there's a lot of conscious rappers out here. But the problem is when you try to put like somebody maybe even our age who's just completely sick of the rap music, or even somebody like grandma. Hey, yo, grandma, listen to this rap, this hip hop joint. I don't want to listen to no bebop rap, boy. Get out of here. So it's like we trying to change our people's minds. So I know it's possible to do, because I've been able to convert my landlord. And he a Haitian OG. So he was like, I don't be understanding the hip hop. So I'll be sending them conscious type rap. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe like a little J. Cole, a little Saha the Prince. You feel what I'm saying? You know, little what's my man name out in California? Locksmith. You feel what I'm saying? As far as the bars, I'll be showing them certain battle rap, like Arsenal. You know, he from Newark. Yo, look, this brother right here, battle rapper of the year. So don't look at it as, you know, you're saying something vulgar. You know, what do we you know, what is the point of the message? You know what I mean? So even back then, you know, we was growing up with Biggie, Tupac, whatever the case be. They was saying some gangster shit, but at the end of the day, they say, hey, look, you bust your gun, you sell drugs, you know, you do this, you do that, something bad gonna happen to you. And that's the problem with these artists nowadays. They're not telling you the repercussions of what's gonna happen. So it's not so much that is, you know, they saying something bad in the drill rap or the trap or whatever type of music it is. They saying something derogatory. Because I make dirty house music. You know what I'm saying? You know, Shake That Butt Girl, you know what I mean? Dookie Booty and all that other stuff. But guess what? That's for adults, though. You feel what I'm saying? The problem is we let the kids listen to whatever they want to. So when I was young, my mother wouldn't let me listen to no Eddie Murphy. No Eddie Murphy Raw. Boy, if you don't get out of here, go to sleep right now. You feel what I'm saying? You can't watch or listen to this. But, you know, a lot of parents don't care. You know what I mean? So, and the reason why I also say that, too, I'm in like a North group on Facebook or whatever the case be. So, you know, it's a local resident thing. And, you know, some of the residents are upset that, you know, the youngest, they out in front of the building hanging out all night, noise, you know, might be some activity going on or whatever. But the police is right there. They park right there on the block every day. So how y'all talking about in the group calling police on the jokers that live in your building? You feel what I'm saying? Instead of going out to talk to them and asking these youngers what they want to do with their life. Because they 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you, yeah, I want to be a doctor or a mechanic. You know, I want to own my own business. You know, I want to do, or even if I wanted to be a rapper, but I want to rap like, you know what I mean, common sense. You feel what I'm saying? Is you going to support them? And 9 times out of 10, the parents don't even back their kid talent, man. So that's why I named again the video, How to Make Money Off Your Talent, bro. Because we all talented in our own personal right. God-given ability as black folks. That's what I believe. So it's natural for us to dunk a ball or spit some bars or do artwork and do dictatorship like black society. It's easy for us to do that type of stuff. It's easy for you black state to come up with this data and research and do what you got to do to get the word out to the people. But how do you make money off of that at the same time, even though you want to get a word to the people? See what I'm saying? So that's the type of stuff we got to be on right now. You know, don't be so hard on the drill rap. We just need to get some conscious drill rappers. That's all it is. Because it's another form of black music. You feel what I'm saying? Jazz to hip hop, man. That's all it is. A continuation. And black folks gave birth to every genre of music. I don't want to hear no white person creating no rock and roll country shit. Fuck out of here. Chuck Berry, Lil Richard, Harold Melvin, and the Blue Notes. That right there is the Holy Trinity, bro. You feel what I'm saying? So if we could get some of these youngest, hey, look, man, start rapping like this. Most parents don't even show their kid how Rakim used to rap. You feel what I'm saying? They'll be shocked. You ever go on YouTube and you got these youngest, that's what they doing now. They listening to Michael Jackson. They listening to old, you know, some old rap from back in the day. They checking out jazz and they like, yo, I love it, yo. They just not being exposed, man. That's all it is, bro. But I you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I took a trip to DC with my son and I was playing nothing but Public Enemy and KRS-One, you know, so it was like a whole different thing for him too. That was an enjoyable trip. I want to salute you on the DJ tip because back when I was I'll just call it a knucklehead. I was, doing whatever in the streets, teenager. A lot of the DJs at the time, they would not make gangster rap mixtapes. That was like a big thing. And you were a teenager, you're like, oh man, come on, this is what we listen to, blah, 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 blah. But they were adult black men, and they understood the damage that even then, and the music was kind of tame compared to what it is today. They just understood the damage it would do. So there were a few out there who just like, nope, we're not playing it at all whatsoever. I do think the music industry is controlled by demonic forces. I think that's unquestionable. And, the way the DJ system works, and then the radio system works, now it's all through streaming. And yes, those streaming services, they are manipulated. They do push certain artists to the front. And so the reality of it is that we are, we're under a programming system that white society controls, and it really shows up in the music more than anywhere, for our consumption. And again, as you said, the older generation didn't really connect the younger generation to good hip hop music, and so they're left with what is just amounts to poison to me. So Ty's got his hand up. After that, we probably just going to push it on to close it out.
Hey, just one thing before Ty speak. When everybody get a chance, look up penny per stream. Penny per stream. There are some folks out there, musicians of all races, just trying to do the work to change that. Penny per stream, y'all. Peace.
Yeah, so just to chime in on what DJ Edge One was saying, basically, man, the reason people don't rock with, a lot of conscious music is because a lot of artists they're whack. You know what I'm saying? They're not fly with it. And that's why J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar, they're really, prosperous right now, because they come with the proper swag. You know what I'm saying? So I say all that to say, y'all gotta mess with me. Y'all gotta mess with people like me. I got an album coming out this summer. You know what I'm saying? I shared it in the Jumbotron. Fuck with me.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think I saw you in a space before. I think it was about music, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it was. That was probably like 2 weeks ago.
A couple weeks. I followed. Yeah, I'm following you from there. We actually in the same town, ironically, but yeah. So I'll check it out. I followed you then, and so yeah, I'll be looking forward. There's a lot of conscious rap. Royce da 5'9", he put out that allegory, and to me, that's in the last, man, because I don't listen to a lot of rap music, but that's a really good project, man. There's a lot of intelligence, black consciousness in that album. So there's a lot of artists out there. You do got to pick and choose. It would be nice if there was a dedicated service to highlight that specific type of music, for sure. Okay, DJ Sedge One. I think DJ Vidro came up to speak. Let me try to get him up here.
Hey, I just want to say I hit you with an email about Royce da 5'9", man. Listen to that Twitter space I sent you.
Okay, definitely. DJ Vidro.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I've been around. I've been DJing for a while. I've been around when music changed, and I don't necessarily think that conscious music is whack, because back in the days when you had NWA and everybody, you also had Kara S1, Poor Righteous Teacher, Public Enemy. I just think it's not being pushed now. Like, if you look at it, like what's being pushed on TV, what's popular, what are they, like the mainstream is pushing. If all you hear is a certain music, and then you have a lot of parents, like when I was younger, my mom's a push Luther Vandross, like the older music on us. These young parents want to be young, so all they pushing is trap music. I dated a girl and I was like, why are you playing this? This is what your kids play. Show them where we come from. You pushing the same music, so they think this is cool. So now when they hear a KRS-One, oh, that's corny. No, because you think your perception is that this is what music is. If you let them know what it really is, then when they hear it, this new stuff, they say, oh, well, this is what this comes from. It'll be also a respect factor there. There's no respect factor. Everything is trap. Oh, that's that old people. That's what they think of it. They think it's that old people because the parents in the household was also young as well. Like a lot of the parents and mothers now, young mothers. So they're pushing trap. They're listening to this stuff. We don't have like the old school moms and the grandmoms. The grandmothers still wearing thongs and running around trying to be young. So who's being a teacher? Who's showing them that this is not the only way? They're being taught by like it's like the young teaching the young. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take. There's a lot of dope, conscious rappers out there because I don't listen to the mainstream music anymore. Mainstream music to me is full of crap. It's some good artists. I'm not going to shit on all of them, but I'd rather listen to the underground, those that's not in the mainstream.
Man, yeah. Just to clarify, I'm not saying conscious music is whack. I'm saying there's certain artists that's whack. You know what I'm saying? A lot of art, and it's actually a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? They make conscious music look bad. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always bring up J. Cole and Kendrick because they brought it back to that fly shit. They brought it back to something that's actually digestible for my generation. You know what I'm saying? I came up under Paradise Great from X-Clan. That's one of my OGs. He was one of the first people to put me in music. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to all that, all I'm saying is we got to keep our swag with this shit. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep the new generation swag when it comes to conscious music if you want people to switch back to listening to it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. I think definitely both is true. Music is definitely like, man, different tastes, varying tastes, different whatever. But the DJ Vidro, you reminded me of an interview that Eric B gave, and it was a video interview, and they were asking him, different questions, whatever, about his success and street life and whatever, blah blah blah. But what he said, I'll never forget it because he said, this generation, his generation, he said they won't even put in my music to share it with the younger generation. Like, this is an artist who I mean, super intelligent, amazing, talented. I mean, to me, that's one of the most classic groups in hip hop. Definitely that Paid in Full album got to be the most classic album in hip hop. And he clearly just understood it, like, because he's looking at these white artists, to be perfectly frank, and they got classic rock stations, right? They've been playing this fucking music for like 50 years. And they do these global tours where they make hundreds of millions of dollars. And for us, it's like, if the shit is 3 weeks old, it's fucking played out. That's terrible how we cannibalize our artists in this society. It's really, it's sad. Oh man, it's so sad. It's so sad. But yeah, like most of y'all, I grew up listening to, man, Luth. I mean, yeah, all the R&B. Like, that's the other thing. Like, I don't even know if I got to. I don't think I spoke in that space. I was just listening because I was at work. But the R&B music, which I love, that there's this neo soul, eclectic sort of R&B, but the popular shit that they play is just as garbagey as everything else, in my opinion. Like, it's just like, what are they doing to this music? And why are the radio stations that claim to be black radio stations playing this crap? Look, living in Pittsburgh, it's not an international city at all. Not even a little bit. Outside of the colleges, And they're like, I barely turn on this black radio station. They're playing fucking Afro music, Afro beats or whatever. I'm like, what is going on here? Can't even understand what this motherfucker's saying. Like, holy shit, bro. Like, come on, man. That shit is programming. And that's like, they started programming the destruction of our people through the radio. I mean, this is way before the internet. And we just kind of copied that pattern and those behaviors from this programming. It sucks, man. The state of black music, it just sucks so bad. Okay, we got Major Cal up. You can go after DJ Sedge one.
No, go ahead, Major. I spoke multiple times, so go ahead, brother.
Thanks, bro. Man, y'all been up here cooking. I just wanted to come with some of the whys that you had. We don't own the music, you get what I'm saying? So they figured out that the music speaks to us and we had our own separate language. They figured that shit out and they're studying that shit in colleges and stuff. So they dissected that used to be a secret, you get what I'm saying? And now they use that to sell everything. And what sells? Sex, drugs, you know what I mean? All that bullshit. So that's why that pop music is like that. And I think whoever said like listen to underground music, that's where we need to go. Because it hasn't been tainted, it hasn't been touched yet. But soon as it seems like even when some of our conscious artists get popular, they start to lose a little bit of that juice that they had, before they were signed. And someone said something about like NWA and was kind of saying like how they would use the NWA as an example of being opposite of conscious. And I think that was conscious music back in the day. They gave us the fuck the police and all that shit. Like they had several songs like that, but then when it started getting more so in the record labels started getting a hold of them, that's when it started becoming a whole kill each other every song and fucking bitches and all that. You get what I'm saying? But there is a street conscious that we need as well. So let's not undermine what NWA did and Ice Cube, man. Like personally, I've been going back and listening to all. That's why I love this room and y'all been cooking. Because recently, man, I'll say the last 3-4 months, I've been going back like to Rakim, to Ice Cube, to like, because I feel like they was giving us the keys for the movement and shit that we're talking about right now in this Black American movement or the FBA movement or the Freeman movement or whatever we calling it. I think that's the soundtrack. We need to go back and listen to some of the shit they was telling us because they was talking shit, bro. Like shit, even I think Big Daddy Kane and all them. I think all that shit is conscious music because it spoke to us. You get what I'm saying? So I think we give conscious music that bad rap, like. Oh, they just over here talking some Black Power shit, or they talking some other, you know what I mean? We put that on it, but I think Kendrick, Cole, Killer Mike, all these type dudes are all conscious music. They might not always be on point, but it is conscious. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, man. I don't know if you got Public Enemy in your rotation, but man, them first couple albums, man, or like, and then the videos, like, man, I spent a lot of time on YouTube watching Public Enemy videos, and it's like, man, was like, did I even understand what I was watching back
That
then?
energy,
The way I
bro.
understand
That energy they gave, man. Like just seeing all those dudes marching and together. just seeing like us together, those videos was hard, bro. I feel you 1000%. But I went all the way back to like X Clan. I've been banging some X Clan recently. I put one of my young homeboys. I'm in Vegas right now, chilling with one of my young homies. He's 28. He nodding his head all hard to some X Clan. He like, what's that? I'm like, bro, you don't know about X Clan? He's like, I don't know about X Clan, but that beat is hard. So that already got him. Now he, interested now. You get what I'm saying? But I'm trying to figure out some other ones I've been going back to, man. But then I've been like listening to Minnie Riperton. I've been listening to Music Soul Child. Yeah.
Hey, Major, you got to roll them in young, bro. Hook them, bro.
But it happened naturally. We were just getting dressed and shit, and I just put on some music, and it popped up. I see him nodding, bobbing his head. I'm like, "What you doing, dog? You don't know about that? You know, old folks how we do. Like, you don't know nothing about that." And he was like, "I don't know about it, but that beat is hard." He was like, "Who's that?" And I started breaking down what X Clan was and what they talked about, and I mean, like I said, some of the views they have now, I think we're kind of graduating from a little bit, but the foundation of it is still I think it still has a role for us. But yeah, I've been listening. Like KRS-One got a new album that just dropped like not too long ago, so we gotta stay up on our
Hey, bro, Major, that is called I Am Crew.
Yeah,
it's fire. Yeah. It's fire. I mean, it's straight hip hop like what we grew up on. If you're 35 and up, at least, and you got heard some X Clan in your life, you know what I mean? That KRS shit is straight hip hop. That shit make you want to start breaking or some shit. And let me go get the pen and pad, do some graffiti real quick. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Write some bars in the shit. Oh shit, he got me soup right now. That album fire, but that's what I was implying the whole time. Go listen to KRS at the Temple of Hip Hop. Everything we talking about music right now, or just in general, black shit, they said that shit in the room, bro. It was Bambaataa, Chris, every black rapper that was in the 80s, bro. Sitting right there in the room talking. And as far as record executives too and all that other stuff. Now you can get back on the mic, Major. I just wanted to say that. Go look up the Temple of Hip Hop.
Bro, because hold on one second. What you just said was so powerful because it's like that's what hip hop is. Like that rap shit, it'll make you want to go fight somebody. It'll make you want to go do something crazy to a woman, like disrespect her or some shit, without even knowing you thinking you being a player, but you really disrespecting her. You get what I'm saying? But what you just said, listen to that KRS-One made you want to grab out the pen and start drawing. Or, you know what I mean? When I be listening to it, I be like popping and shit, like pop locking a little bit. Like that shit makes us move. It makes us, it's on a different frequency. That's, love or hate Kanye. Kanye was breaking that shit down with the frequency and how the music sound and the vibrations of it and what it does to your soul and all that shit. Like the science of rap and music and sonics, that's more important than anything. And I think hip hop is a perfect blend of that, especially when you sampling like James Brown or sampling like the oldies. That's how we kind of recycled our music to get the soul from that, but then put the poetry to that shit and made like that perfect blend to where it makes us creative. It makes us think. It makes us like draw. It makes us like ponder shit. Like I don't ponder anything when I listen to like shake your ass, shake your ass. I ponder when I'm listening to like Kendrick and I'm trying to dissect the bar and I'm like, damn, he just said the double entendre right there, or a metaphor he used, or that's the type of shit that we should be on, man. And we lost that a little bit because they use hip hop as a billboard now to sell all their bullshit. You get what I'm saying?
Facts on that, bro. And that's why I was what you said about NWA. The reason why I mentioned them was, like you said, they did make the conscious music. Niggas with an attitude. The reason why I got an attitude, because I'm going to the store to get me a drink, officer, and you just saying I did this, that, and the third, and you roughing me up and all this other shit. Nah, fuck that. Get the strap, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga with an attitude right now.
Exactly. Like I go to the store, you follow me around the store, you treat me like a criminal. When I come out the store, the police is attacking me. Like, I'm mad. Like I should be mad. We should not be walking around like this. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, well, facts. But look, like you said, even the concerts fall off because when they did other albums like 100 Miles of Running and all that, and then they find out that Eazy-E was working with Jerry Heller to the point they were screwing Cube out of the money. Now that's why I was explaining to Black Society. You got to get your no Vaseline on, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Charles Blow fucking taking your shit. Oh no, it really go like this. Charles Blow, blah, 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 blah. And I'm gonna put a beat behind it, and DJ Virgil gonna fucking do the mixtape with documentary by Top on the Black Conscious shit. You know what I'm saying?
Man, like what you said is dope too, cause like that the Ice Cube that just left NWA is the greatest one of the greatest rappers of all time. Like Ice Cube he started getting popped too with the yays and all that shit. He started getting popped, but the Death Certificate and fucking was it America Most Wanted? Like those two albums were like
fire.
You have to put that in your collection and like you said, listen to the words, because when this was out, I'm 40. So when this was out, I was young, so I didn't really get what they was really talking about, but I felt it. But now I can as an adult, listen to what they talking about, oh, I see, and apply that shit to how we move today. But all that shit's still relevant. We just gotta get back to it, and then get, like you said, get the young dudes connected. Who I don't know who said something about having a drill rap, the conscious drill rap. That to me sounds fucking dope. That sounds so dope. That combination sounds so fire. Whoever do that's gonna be the next Kendrick. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, Ty, you heard Major, right? So get the writing tonight, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I'm already on it, you know what I'm saying? But I just want to say this though, the conscious rap, bro, it didn't go nowhere. It just looks different, bro. To me, Nipsey is the conscious rapper. Victory Lap is nothing but conscious lyrics. If you really listen to what bro is saying, it just looks different. The gangbangers is waking up. All my niggas is waking up. It's looking different. You know what I'm saying? So just keep your eyes open.
Man, you so right about that. Anything Nipsey said was prolific, bro. I'm mad that I'm so sad that he died so young. Cause think about what he would have, the information he would have attained and passed out just from being in the rooms and shit that he was in. Man.
Hey, I want to mention the Ghetto Boys. Ghetto Boys, they had that street wisdom, and they put out they put out at least one or two really, really conscious albums in between, the real hardcore Houston street chronicle music. I think we got to credit the NWAs, the Ice Cubes, definitely them Ghetto Boy records with essentially producing a Tupac, because he kind of came up out of that era, in my opinion. And definitely Tupac. I mean, he definitely got to be mentioned when you talk about conscious black rap, for sure.
And see, with Tupac, that's a shaky. I'm from LA, so it's shaky with Tupac nowadays. Looking back, a lot of people revisiting, man, he was doing some weird shit, but that the Tupac before he got with the industry, like you said, that Tupac before that was the one, Dear Mama and all that shit. That was that was industry. That was before it got popped, though. You get what I'm saying? And I hate that his legacy is the East Coast, West Coast. You get what I'm saying? Beef. That shit is weird. We need to kind of rewrite his history to get people back to, because when you say Tupac, they always got to say Biggie, and then you got to bring that up and you got to have that discussion instead of being Tupac was on some shit. Even more so than his music was his interviews, bro. If you listen to a Tupac interview, you walk away ready to run through a brick wall. That was a fucking motivation. That's what Nipsey is. Nipsey is conscious motivation music, like you were saying. And then Kendrick is fucking solving a mystery or some shit. Cole was just telling you about the situation we in today. Killer Mike is political conscious. It's all different kinds of conscious music. And whoever said we need to have our own distinct decipher that shit from the other shit. We need to have I don't know how they did East Coast and West Coast rap, how they segregated it and shit like that. We need to kind of break down the different types of conscious music, if that makes sense.
Hey, Major, you know what you should do right now? Since this idea fresh in my mind, everybody go tweet verses. We need a conscious battle, yo. Feel what I'm saying? Because they don't Swiss and Tim were the one with the platform. they down for this shit because they talking about trying to get some political battles going on. You feel what I'm saying?
But who would be that? But who would be the first one you would do? Would it go like
man, Rakim or KRS type shit, yo? Rakim KRS type shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we talking conscious shit. KRS is definitely like the fucking OG GOAT conscious fucking champ. He the champ. He like Goro in the fucking video game. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? He the last boss, yo. You got to go through Rakim and Daddy Kane to get to KRS, yo. You feel what I'm saying? Type shit, bro. You know what I mean? So it's we could have like a, you know, like a what you call it, you know, like a tournament of like that. You know, to break it down, who got the most conscious shit. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people, rapper wise, that are conscious, even though they might have started out on some street shit and wound up conscious or started conscious and went street. Say that again.
No, go ahead, finish. I was about to say because you making my brain go already. Because I'm like,
yeah, go ahead.
The way, because what the first thing they're gonna say is like nobody's gonna watch it, right? They're like, no one's gonna watch that shit. But then you like on the same card or something, you should have the Kendrick Cole, and then man, that would be the most. That would be the dopest fucking concert. The verses. That'll be a concert.
Hey, you had to bring a pen and a pad just to write down what the fuck they saying, bro. What the fuck did they say? You said what?
No, this is a dope ass room, y'all. Whoever, you know what I mean, was black, you curated a dope ass room, bro.
Facts.
Oh man, appreciate it. Yeah, we were actually closing the room down because, you know, man, this thing been going since 8:30. So, man, so I'm gonna let y'all guys, if y'all want to keep it going, but I do have to get up for work. So,
nah, go ahead, close the. You know, get your money, brother. Get your rest. You know the game. You know tomorrow's another day. But you know, if Todd, DJ, Vidro, and Major, if you know, I'll start a space or somebody start a space. We hop in and talk about some music shit. You know what I mean? That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like, man, there's a couple DJs in here. There's a rap artist. I mean, you know, I put out a project, of semi-conscious music. And my project is really all about Black state majority, political empowerment, to be perfectly honest. So, I mean, there's a lot of music in this space. So yeah, man, I encourage y'all to do that, man. Start a space.
Hey, so hold on one second. So now with that being said, you got your own conscious music. So Todd got his. Why you ain't giving it to DJ Vidro? You feel what I'm saying? And having him create mixtapes off of that shit and put it out on his YouTube, but still give y'all Todd and Black the split sheet split. You see what I'm saying? This is how we make money off our talent because the infrastructure is already laid out, bro. So give up the content, y'all. You feel what I'm saying? To the DJs. You feel what I'm saying? Somebody's gonna play this shit because you gotta
give them that. You gotta give them that split sheet. I know everybody can have access, but a lot of people don't know about that shit. But you gotta, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we going over to our space right now. My bad, Black. Go ahead.
Yeah, create a space, bro.
All right. Good night. Good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in the room. Thank you so much for coming out.
Appreciate you, Black. Appreciate it. Enjoy your night.
Okay. Peace out.